This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become.
I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back.
I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea, that had ideas on how to improve the product. And I listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk. This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths, and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet.
Hello everyone, we are live with day 2 of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Lot at stake today. I am NM Sahil Tickoo and I have GM Srinath with me, all set for day 2. Srinath, how are you feeling today?
I'm really excited, Sahil. Day 1 was a bit of a warm-up. In cricket, when we play the first ball, we always say trials. Day 1 was a bit of trial for a lot of players. They didn't have their best days, but I'm sure a lot of them will bounce back on day 2. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, true, because we saw, the top players not really running away with the event. So that tells us that it will be very, very close lineup. And today we have some very exciting games lined up for you. So yeah, I'm very excited to see who will actually take the lead on day 2.
Me too. I'm also really excited. A lot of exciting games coming up.
True. So could we possibly have a look at the standings? I think that will give us a clue about, who are the guys to look out for. And also, which people are actually lagging behind and how they can, quickly rank up those points. We know the wins count for a lot, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. And that means if we can, even win a couple of games, that gives us 6 points. That's crazy. And we can quickly catch up with the players like Ronak and Leon, who were in great form yesterday.
Absolutely. Leon leading the MPL Indian Chess Tour, supported by MPL.
Yeah.
What do you think? Who do you think is going to bounce back today?
I do expect Arjun to, kind of bounce back, because otherwise, yeah, I mean, he's played so consistently well. It's hard to imagine him not bouncing back. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't, I'll be very surprised. So I hope so he does. And we might see others like S.N. Narayanan coming up. Aryan Chopra also looked in great form yesterday. Harika will also be, looking up to fire some points. And Adiban, the beast himself. Of course, we might see a couple of 1B3s. He will have a difficult choice which course to promote today, but I think he will have some good games lined up for sure.
Yeah, I think AD is going to prioritize scoring points all the way over all the promotions today. But let's see how he manages that.
True. So I think we are all set. And it will be a lot of fun to follow this event. Also, I would like to give a brief shout out to MPL, who is the title sponsor of this event. It's, MPL is currently one of the largest global esports and skill gaming platforms. It's conducting the Indian Gaming League, the Great Indian Gaming League, which will run from 24th March to 29th May over a long span with rupees 2,000 crores in winnings. Oh my God, the Ambanis would, blush at this amount. So do check out the platform. Some amazing games there as well, including your favorite cricket as well.
Indeed.
So we are, I think, 9 minutes away. from the start of the game. So just to look at the pairings, I think for the first round of day 2, it's going to be a lot of fun. We have Suraj Ganguly against Sethuraman. It will be an interesting pairing there because Sethuraman, he had a difficult last round in the Delhi Open and he's come here fighting back. Then you have Leon against Harika. Leon already in the lead, will try to defeat Harika and maintain his lead, gain those points. And then you have SL against Adiban. Oh my God, that's a crazy lineup.
It will probably be a bit of a different challenge today for Leon, I guess, because I felt that yesterday people were trying really hard to beat him. Sankalp had a decent position, a position that he need not have lost, but he overpressed. Arjun could have just quietly defended against him. He overpressed, and AD's position was also equal for a large part of the game yesterday, and he was also perhaps a bit too ambitious yesterday. But today, Leon will probably get a lot more respect from his opponents, Harika, Ganguly, Setu, and S.L. Narayanan. But Leon will have 3 whites today out of his 4 games. So that's also an important thing that can be in his favor to fortify his lead and keep building on it.
True. And then there are other lineups like, Karthikeyan is playing Arigasi Arjun. That's another crazy lineup because Arjun has the black pieces. He must be trying to recover his confidence from yesterday, but it will not be so easy. Then you have Aryan Chopra against Sankal Gupta. Who do you think will be the favorite there? I think it's an interesting match.
I think Aryan will start as a slight favorite. He has the white pieces. Although I am really curious if we'll see another London system from Aryan today. He's been unleashing the London so far in this tournament. If he repeats it, I think Sankalp will be ready and well prepared. So let's see how that turns out. If Aryan gets a nice position from the opening, he will be the favorite, but Sankalp is not going to be easy to counter either.
True. And then you have Gukesh against Puranik. As you mentioned, Puranik never loses hope. He's always going to strike back with some sort of, swindle, even if he's losing. And Gukesh, of course, the ever solid, he's consistently matched Arjun in all his tournaments, just lost on tie breaks many times the first prize. So very, very tough fight for both players there as well.
Yes. Also very curious to see how Gukesh bounces back after his devastating loss against Lalit yesterday. But I do expect another D4 and a similar opening from him.
True. And then we have Ronak against Lalit and then Abhijit against Inian P. And Abhijit yesterday, was completely winning his last game, but then he somehow spoiled it and would be getting back to, simply come back and win a game, get that win under the belt. That will give me a lot of confidence, I feel.
Yeah, I think Abhijit will be really looking forward to his first win of the tournament. Inian had a solid first 3 rounds, but ended up losing the last game yesterday. But he will also be ambitious, try to get a few wins under his belt as much as he can. So all of the games quite exciting and looking forward to decisive games.
Yeah. So I think in the first round, it'll be fun to follow these games. We have Leon against Harika, which will be an important game, SL against Adiban, and then we have Karthikeyan against Erigesi Arjun. So looking at it from Arjun's point of view, do you think he will be, super ambitious from round 1 itself? He'll try to, go for some aggressive opening, try to rank up those wins, or will he try to, follow your approach that you mentioned yesterday? When you're bleeding rating points or bleeding losses, it's better to hold on to a draw at the start and then try to build up that confidence.
Honestly, I felt Arjun was a bit too casual yesterday. He was playing way too fast, and it seemed like how you have a few looseness when you're a bowler in cricket, bowling all over the place. I think today he'll be a lot more tighter. He will play a bit slower. He'll try to play stronger moves overall, I think. Yesterday, his games were totally not up to his usual level. So I think that is the thing that he will be looking forward to implement and improve today.
True. And chat, if you have any favorites, who might be leading after round 2, do let us know in the chat. It will be fun to see, who's actually correct about this, because as we saw yesterday, it's very hard to predict who will actually lead this event. And it's not going to be any easier today either, I think. It's going to be very close.
Indeed, but do keep your predictions coming in, while I guess we are going to be joined by a very special guest very, very shortly.
Chad, do you have any guesses? Who could it be? I think it'll be fun to see. I think maybe some people in the chat might already know because they might be in interaction with that person, but still, some might not.
Yeah, and the day it is today, you never know what is true and what is not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, 1st April, you never know what's actually true or not. So some people are saying it's okay. Interesting guesses there.
Yeah, when I use the word very special, I think I kind of gave it away because there are like one or two special people around in the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. Okay. So I think people already know. That's awesome to know. People already have a clue. So I wonder when he'll be joining us. Whoever this mystery person is, I do consider him the king of chess Twitter. So I guess it'll be fun to follow through and ask him some questions regarding the tournament and in general. And yeah, chat, are you excited about the guy who's coming? Come on, chat, let's go.
I'm excited.
Yeah, would be fun. And I think we're just 3 minutes away from the start, chat. I think, again, the first round is of utmost importance. The start is very important. Well begun is half done, and that's, not far from the truth. And they would like to start off with a win. And yeah, we'll be following all the games and giving live coverage for all the games. Exactly.
I'm also very curious to see how AD bounces back because he really had one of the most terrible days yesterday. The way you would think as a player, he had 3 whites out of 4 games. And if I'm, for example, strategizing the tournament, out of those 3 whites, I would at least be looking for 2 wins. But AD ended up having 2 losses yesterday. And it felt like he was down a bit on confidence because he was playing really slow. Even in the game against Leon, he was the one who was down on time for the most part. And this was against Leon, who is usually the one who has less time and gets into time trouble. So that's one very interesting thing to observe. And the trend has been this way for AD the last few months. He came back quite well from the pandemic. He did pretty decent in the Indian tour. He finished the 2nd place, lost the final against Arjun. And then he had a few good events. He played an amazing match in the World Cup against Vidit. But since then, it hasn't gone great for him in the professional part of his life.
Talking about amazing matches with, we have, I think we have the guest already joined the call. Chat, you can spam his name if you know who it is. It'll be fun. And I think he will also be helping us with all the games as we go along. And which game are you most excited about, Srinath, for the first game, like in the first round, at least for today? Which game is the one you are looking forward to the most and you expect a crazy battle happening over the board?
I think Raunak against Lalit is one of the games. All 4 of Raunak's games has been decisive so far, 1 loss and 3 wins. And Lalit has also been quite solid, apart from that one horrible brain fade he had against Aryan. So that's one of the games. And also SL against Adivan, Karthikeyan against Arjun. Those are also games I quite look forward to.
Yeah, so I think...
Of course, Leon against Harika.
Yeah, of course, that too as well. I think we have 1 minute away from the start. Maybe we can go to a quick break and inform you about our title sponsor, and then we'll be back. And then we'll be back with a very important celebrity.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of space.
We are back live, chat. We are back live, and I have GM Srinath with me again. And it's time for the games. They might start any second. We might see those pawns move, or the knight, of course. The only piece that jumps. And you can see the players are fully focused. They're ready. Karthikeyan looks fully focused. Erigesi Arjun as well. Sitting in this normal traditional pose with the black, door behind him and fully focused looking at the screen. Let's see what the opening choice will be.
Karthikeyan has a bit of a blurred background. Yeah, it's almost as if he doesn't want his opponents to.
Yeah, he's hiding
guess
some
anything about
opening prep there, I guess. Later on he can reveal, yeah, of course, I wrote it on the wall. Did you not see this? This is the move I was supposed to play.
We do have kickoff in all of the games, and Karthikeyan starts off with 1e4.
Yeah, and Sicilian on the board. And this will be a very interesting battle. We already have one of the sharpest openings. The openings which Anish Giri, not exactly the knight off, but still a pretty sharp opening. And maybe Srinath can guide us through the opening moves.
Anish has done a course on pretty much everything that is
That's
1e4, French, knight off. So it pretty much comes under his radar.
That's true.
E4, C5, knight of 3, E6, it goes towards some of the more sharper openings as black in the Sicilian. And here white went knight C3, which is not such a common move. People go D4 usually. And there are moves like G3 and B3 here, but knight C3 here, I'm curious what Karthi had in mind, what he really wanted here. Knight C6, bishop B5, it goes into this Rossolimo variation with the pawn on E6. So this usually comes from knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, e6. But here again, knight c3 is not such a common move. So curious what Karthi's strategy is. But he seems to be well prepared. He goes d4, a bit delayed. And we have this position on the board. Not totally unusual, but again, with the knight on c3, white doesn't have this option of going c4 directly. The knight on c3 is in the way. And as far as I understand, these positions, white would prefer to have c4 in. So
True.
I'm not entirely sure if white wanted this knight on c3.
True indeed, because black wants to go d5 and b5, and c4 would prevent both of those moves. So totally agree with you. And the bishop has been attacked for now, and it has to move. I think both players look very well prepared right now.
Yes, both players seem very well prepared, and Arjun has started from where he left off yesterday with almost close to 16 minutes. But in the other main game of this round between Leon and Harika has started with some kind of a Benko gambit.
Oh, we have a raid from Anish Giri. Welcome, Anish. And thank you everyone for the raid. And which game were you referring to, Sri?
The game between Leon and Harika, where white has Harika went for a Benko.
Wow.
At least she tried to get a Benko gambit.
Yeah.
Leon, if he had played 2c4, then after 2c5, it's Benko gambit. But he went knight f3, which usually kind of discourages such gambits. d5, b5, and here c4 is one of the main moves. e4, again, I'm not entirely sure if this is such a common move here, but
I think bishop d3 now, and I think I've seen this somewhere because I used to play the Benko as black sometimes, and you simply sack a pawn like this and you castle quickly. But I mean, this is always black has an extra pawn for now, and the knight on d6 is kind of a bit misplaced. Black would like to go d6. It's not really so easy now for black, but still I feel somehow like white. This is not always so. It can go horribly wrong for white as well. So very interesting.
Oh position. I've seen this in Ding Alireza, one of the Lee Kwang Alireza games. I'm sorry to interrupt. But
hello
Anish, how are you?
I don't hear anything. Wait, I always mute Zoom. One second, because Zoom disturbs me when I play. Wait, where is the sound?
Guys, we finally have Anish.
Speaker. Jeez.
Yeah, so I think I've seen this in one of the Lee Kwang Alireza games from one of the Champion Chess Tour.
Hello?
And probably Leon is...
No,
wait.
Can you hear us, Anish?
Boomer.
I was so bursting out to say that word.
Close, okay, closed. Sound.
But Anish, bit me
more volume settings. Okay, very nice. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Wait. Output, input, output. What is this? Volume mixer. This one. Volume mixer. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Welcome, Anish. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, finally.
How are you, man?
Yeah, finally.
How are you, man?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great. What are we? We just started, haven't we?
Yeah, just started.
Yeah,
just
we
started
just
the opening
started.
phase.
Very nice, guys. Very nice. Let's do this. Let's go for it.
Yeah, let's go for it. Indeed. We're looking at the game between Leon and Harika right now. And,
Fascinating.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting position. White sacked a pawn for now. Maybe
Yeah.
you have some crazy insights available.
I've seen this sacrifice, very typical. Black is very provocative on move 3, yeah, with b5, very provocative. So it definitely deserves the move like e4. Old theory is bishop g5. That's the old main line. But nowadays, of course, e4, a move like that, it's very much in the spirit of the time, yeah. It's all about development, quick development, harmonious development. And f94, bishop b96 also blocks, of course, it blocks the f8 bishop. But if black is in time to go e6, bishop e7 at some point, he should be fine. Bishop b7 is a very ambitious move. I would, in panic, try to develop my kingside and castle.
True.
But Harika seems to be ready for this, yeah? And
is she 14 minutes? 15 is you start with, yeah?
Yeah, he started 15.
But 1 minute for
I think
rapid
she's
is a
more
lot.
ready than I think she's more ready than Leon.
I don't think that if you are ready, you spend 1 minute of 15. But maybe, maybe she's semi-ready. Maybe she recalls something. Okay, so now is White going to sack the d5 pawn as well? I guess, yeah, some bishop f4, maybe development.
Yeah, sounds logical. I think knight on d6 is kind of misplaced, right? I mean, the knight looks a bit. Black would love to play d6 if I understand the structure correctly.
Yeah, but here the plan is now different. With knight on d6, I'm going to go e6, bishop e7, and try to finish development this way. That's how I would explain it. I don't know about bishop takes d5 here. Can I try to be very greedy? Maybe, you know, maybe.
Has to be the first move we see.
Because if bishop d6 ed, then interestingly it develops my kingside a little bit. I have now space for the bishop. And inside structures, once the bishop lands on e6, it's like so cemented, yeah, by d7, f7 pawns. It's going to be hard to break through on the e file.
Yeah, but after bishop d5, I guess you kind of can go with knight c3 and bring in more pieces, yeah?
Yeah, meanwhile, he already played rook e1. So guys, just one more time for the viewers here, yeah, who are new to this. What is the format of the tournament? What are the players trying to qualify? Who is participating?
Yeah, so the tournament is basically going to span over 4 days. The time control is 15 plus 10, and there are huge stakes. There'll be 4 tournaments happening together. Qualifications similar to the actual CCT, and you will have the finals in November. You have the top talent in the country fighting on right now, 16 players. You know, top 8 will qualify to the next tournament, and you will have new top 8 players coming in the next tournament joining them. So it's a lot of fun to follow. And, you know, we expected some players to take the lead yesterday. For example, Arjun should have taken the lead, or, you know, SL could have taken the lead. But, you know, it was surprisingly Ronak and Leon who ended up, you know, at the top of the table. So it's a complete, you know, box of surprises right now who will actually top after day 2. And it's very hard to guess, I think.
How many games? We play 4 games a day, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, 4 games a day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty much model after CCT, and I should add all the top talents of the country except some talents like Vidit who are already qualified to the CCT.
True, of course.
But okay.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna make this talents joke, yeah.
I was throwing it out there for you.
Yeah. You hit with the ball, but I decided not to, you know, not to swing the bat. Okay, but. Fascinating games. By the way, we have amongst participants, we have is Harika the only representative of the female
yes
population?
Yes, Harika is the
wow, so she's carrying the flag, yeah, carrying the a lot of
she's carrying the flag bravely with the Benko Gambit here.
Always. Are you guys focusing on little games usually and trying to go deep, or are you trying to cover everything?
As many games as you can.
Yeah,
I think if you can cover 3-4 games properly, that would be awesome. I think especially, you know, the people who are leading, for example, I think Leon is in the lead, and we have Ronak as well now. So we can probably go to Ronak's game next if it's there.
Not too deep.
Started yet.
Yeah.
Oh no, it has started. The Ronak game has started, but there's some interesting action in the Gukesh Abhimanyu game.
It is sort of theory, yeah. So this 5h4, it's interesting variation. The one that Vidit used to almost beat Magnus Carlsen on demand in the last Champions Chess Tour, but he didn't convert it quite to the end. But a very interesting system. DC is of course critical, grabbing the pawn, e4, c5, d5, b5, h5, all theory. Castle, a GFG. This is theoretical position. Queen c2 a bit rare. Knight a6, a3, stopping knight b4. Here queen b6. There are alternatives. I can tell you this much. Knight takes b5 is a wow. Wow, very cool. Very cool move. Breaking the pawn structure. After knight b5, b5, bishop c4, the knight on a6 is very bad. And white accelerated his development tremendously. Now the bishop got into the game, and the position is beautiful. It was completely winning for white, except you realize, oh wait, he's a full piece down. So it cannot be so simple. Full piece is a lot.
But can you just do something like rook at h7, no?
Yeah. He will definitely look for this kind of ideas. And now we have to think. So there is this move rook f5, yeah, when king h7 doesn't work. There is this rook f5 standard defense. That's always there, breaking the diagonal from c2 to g6. I guess king h7 was losing, yeah? King h7, knight g5.
Yeah, now king h6 is pretty much the only move you can.
Okay, and white has a draw in the pocket and maybe probably more, yeah? Knight e6, knight g5 back. I mean, isn't there some finisher here? Is your bar working, by the way, or not?
Not the analysis bar, but the live bar is working.
Live bar, okay.
The analysis bar, the only way to make it work is to show the stockfish lines.
Okay. Yeah, but this has to be some swing of the queen, like over the third rank or something, queen d3 or something. Should be something, no? Some mate.
Queen d3 looks very strong indeed.
Certainly looks like, because black's pieces are just not.
Yeah, for now via h3, and if something via g3. I mean, you're also. I don't see much defensive pieces, so I would guess it could be completely winning. Anyway, you don't consider king h7. I think you go rook f5, no? You go rook f5.
Yeah, you go rook f5. Rook f5 is critical. I mean, I guess the only move.
Visually speaking, yes. Knight on a6, of course, is a disaster, but okay, black is up a piece. So, by the way, isn't there queen e4 as well instead of rook h7?
Yeah. Queen e4. I
just simple double attack. Is it there just queen e4? And how is black defending? Do you see any defense?
See any way. No.
Anything close to a defense at least?
But after queen into 8, bishop b7, there's just bishop into e6 check, yeah?
h5, queen, but h5, I think I have queen g6 probably. I don't anymore have to. I think I can just do queen g6. It looks like free mate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just collapse. No, so queen e4, there must be something that they're thinking that we might be missing something, but I don't see what it is.
Maybe just take something and go queen into d6.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but probably not. Even, let's say, even if I did some very modest move like knight back somewhere, I should be doing overwhelmingly good, yeah? But then rook b8, let's say.
Better here.
But rook b8, okay, you're fighting. No, but knight f3 is the modest move. Maybe I have something more.
The bar seems really high, so...
Yeah, I think yeah, bar indicates 1 to like +2 something. Yeah, I mean, it could be queen e4.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see. He chooses queen e4 or rook h7, rook f5. Yeah, it's less clear cut, I think. I was thinking about queen e4 after rook h7, rook f5, but that's less. Or maybe like rook takes g7 is a thing also very often.
And then queen e4.
Yeah.
So you don't have this knight into. But yeah, you can still do knight into e4.
But bishop b7 here, maybe, I don't know, queen g4, bishop f3, rook e5.
Yeah, also when you lose these pawns, it just doesn't feel right.
It's getting greasy, yeah. Getting not so clear. No, I think queen e4 must be.
Has he played something yet? I think it's still after knight g4, right? He's still thinking. He's not played queen e4.
He's still thinking.
Yeah, the thing is that maybe this is the last opportunity for white to think in this game, because maybe if he thinks now, the rest of the game will just be a very easy wipe out. So it's understandable he wants to think now, take his time, and just finish it off.
True. UK started off really well yesterday as well, and then he somehow lost, I think, at the end. So he will obviously try to come back, I'm sure. And yeah, this seems like a right position for it.
All the players, I think, are so ambitious. Yeah, the young players are very ambitious, eager.
True.
Was it interesting, the game of Sankalp Gupta? I really like this this variation. It's been debated a lot at the high level. Just really fascinating positions you get. Yeah, from this English opening. Let's show from the start. Yeah, maybe.
Sure. C4, E5, knight C3, knight. Yeah, the starting 4 knights position of the English opening, and now after E4, the main move is bishop B4, but black also has this very interesting move.
Yeah,
bishop
the
C5.
bishop on C5 is better placed
than
than before in general, but there is this trick with 95, 95, D4, and bishop B4 takes knight D4, and now queen F3. Old move was queen D4, but queen F3 is more dangerous. The queen is heading to G3.
Yeah, and I recall there's some interesting move with F5 here.
That's what Levon played recently. Yeah, that's what Levon played recently. Very interesting.
Right.
Idea. Yeah, I think it was here.
Sankalp just goes knight into C3, B into C3.
Old main line,
A5.
bishop A5, yes.
Bishop F4, short castle and long castle here. How do you explain this, Anish? King going right into a place where there are already open lines.
Well, so there are a few reasons. So first of all, structurally speaking, white is not doing great. Yeah, he's got the double C pawns. So you have to, in any case, aim for some unbalances. Try to gain something and use the fact that the bishop on C8 is not developed. So if you just try to castle short, which first of all is much slower, you have to go bishop E2 and castle. In the meantime, black will develop with D6 and bishop out, and you will have achieved absolutely nothing. So with long castle, you try to develop your king much faster because it doesn't waste time on development of the F1 bishop. You also bring the rook from A1 to D1 into the game. That's very important because long castle brings the rook into the game, right? Because short castle brings the rook to F1 only. So long castle is kind of a way to develop your rook extra fast, connect the rooks very quickly. And on the king side, you might start some offensive with H4, Queen G3 and all the stuff.
And you also discourage black from playing D6 and get this bishop out. Yeah?
Very much so with rook on D1. And the only issue is that your king is a little open, but whenever black goes B5, you can push this move C5. And if it goes B4, you can go C4 and you keep the B and C file closed. That's what happened in the game. C5, B4, C4. And the queen side, is sort of close. B3, A3. Like the pawns are of weird color. The pawn on B3 is very close, but it does lock the B file. And in a way, the white king is extremely safe, unless, of course, he gets one check, which could be deadly. But for now, it's like very well protected. And yeah, although the pawns are like strange, normally B3 should be white pawn. Like they're colored differently, colored strangely. The king is quite safe. So I think the long castle kind of worked out here pretty well for white.
Very insightful.
And he's taken on E5, by the way. So now bishop E5, I guess.
I'm thinking rook F2 is tempting, but I don't know if it's queen F2 just, yeah? Queen E5, king B1. King is still safe.
Yeah, not enough checks. And
you need the A5 bishop to be lined up on the long diagonal. Then you've got this queen A1 idea. I like how you drew the arrow very nicely.
Thank you.
By the way,
also it feels odd for me to just have this bishop here.
Just a short note
I would
about
think about something D6.
D6, yeah, for sure, trying to develop. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Gukesh, this thing happened with Queen E4, take, Queen D6, and he did this lazy move, Knight F3. I think there must have been something better. I'm not a fan of Knight F3. I mean, I was like suggesting it. That was my first thought as well, but I don't think it's the one. There must be something more rough. Maybe Knight G6, Queen A8, or is that even, no, that's Queen D4 there. No, let's not do that.
Yeah, Queen D4 was my...
Queen D4 is the problem, yeah. No, so I cannot take on G6. If I just take on A8, Queen E5, yeah, it's not so simple, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's so simple. Bishop E3.
It's not so simple. You take something. Yeah, okay, castle. It could be winning. I mean, I don't know. Short castle. Could be winning.
No, that's Bishop B7. Oh,
Queen A6.
Just take this, yeah?
Rook A8, Rook B1, yeah? No, Rook A8, sorry. Which there's no Rook B1. No, this doesn't work. Okay, so this doesn't work for white.
Why doesn't Rook B1 work here?
Just Rook A7, yeah? And the B2
and
is...
the B2 is protected.
Yeah, so Queen A8 is not so simple, let's say. And what other move is there? Some F. No, F4 would be 8.
I mean, if you have to move your knight, F3 looks like the best square controlling.
Yeah, there is
D4 and
some
F5.
merits in going to D3, of course. But it looks less natural for sure. Yeah, no, knight F3 is very harmonious. But after rook B8, I didn't see the finisher actually. That's why maybe queen E4 was not the cleanest.
Yeah, maybe queen e4 is not the cleanest. Maybe it was rook into h7 here, but then we didn't find a way after.
No, it was not obvious.
It was not clear.
Yeah, it's never obvious without the engine, which especially when many things look very good but not 100% winning, it's very hard to tell apart which one is.
Can you just come back rook h4? Knight into e5 and now knight into e5.
But is that obviously good?
Is that much?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
No, neither me, but
rook e5, let's say.
Okay, that's fine.
I am up a piece, yeah, for now.
G4.
Maybe some. Yeah, you have attack, of course, overwhelming attack.
I'm banking all my hope on the g6 pawn.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's queen d6, bishop f4, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e7, let's say.
Yeah, also I think we are going a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit random. Like, it could be good, it could be also not good. I don't know. It's getting a bit random. Guys, how is Adiban doing? How's Adiban doing in general?
Adiban is doing quite bad in general. He had 3 whites in 4 games yesterday, and he scored only 2 out of 12. 2 draws and 2 losses, and doesn't seem like he's bouncing back today either.
Yeah, so he's putting a lot of pressure today as well, I think.
Yeah, that's not me though.
Okay, let's just start with the fact that in general, Adiban is doing well. He's married, you know. He's a great guy.
I think
that's up for debate.
Yeah, Srinath will not say that for sure.
Srinath, you're just jealous, yeah? Stop this. Stop this up for debate. I mean, it's not up for debate. Adiban is doing well. In general, he's doing well.
Is marriage equal to doing well? I mean, is that the equation here?
Srinath, if AD is married, he's doing well, okay? Not okay, so we've established that Adiban is in general doing well. Now, however, this tournament started not so well. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, this game, by the way, is horrible for him. The good Narayanan Srinath is doing the right thing here.
Yeah, bad pawns on c5 and c4, and intense pressure on the remaining pawns on the other side. So it's almost in effect white is a pawn up. And how do you continue? How do you finish this? How do you convert this?
With white?
Yeah.
I didn't see king d5. I didn't see that he can just ignore all the pressure. But there should be some finisher here. Let's see.
You can't take h to g6 because the rook on h3 is hanging. So my initial thought is to try and move the rook, but also black wants f to g4, king into g4, and king e4.
But why would moving the rook change anything?
If I can attack 2 times on
like that
d6, even that doesn't seem to work. But yeah.
No, but I mean, white has overwhelming positional advantage because this bishop on c3, it is unopposed. If you cannot trade it, it locks the queen side. So the queen side 3 against 2 feels like nothing. So white has 4 against 3 majority on the king side, and white is effectively a pawn up. And he's got also everything is already there. Everything is already advanced and pushed. It's only the question is what is the finishing blow, and how do we deliver it? So to start with, does black doesn't want anything himself, right?
Yeah, no, black just wants to wait. Yes. But maybe he wants fe and king e4.
I was wondering, does he? Because I go a g, then Probably I will win, yeah?
H3 is protected, yeah?
Yeah. So probably you don't want anything. Maybe,
Yeah.
do you want bishop e7 or bishop e7, bishop f6, or do you want that?
Also not sure, because even if that is achieved, white can just go h6, yeah?
Well, white is much better even there, but the question is if his advantage is grown. No, yeah, because then if you want nothing, then maybe indeed this move like rook h2 is possible. Is there like a forced breakthrough? Because GF, there is not a clear-cut breakthrough, yeah?
Not as far as that.
Yeah.
Maybe there are ideas with rook d1, rook g3, rook g6.
Yes. This is what I was thinking, exactly. So isn't there rook g3 first?
Yeah, start with rook g3.
No, maybe rook h5, rook d1, king c6 now you have. So why don't we...
g6 and bishop e5, no?
Oh, rook g6, sorry.
You checks.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, but let's start with... He started with a check. He gave a check first. King e6. Now you can do that gf rook g3 thing. And now it looks... I mean, this must be winning, right?
It's over. Rook g6 check and bishop to g7.
Yeah, to try king c6 now. Was there, or it must have been also lost, yeah, but king c6 was
more stubborn.
You know what I had after king c6? I even have a rook g3 move here.
Not opening up the h file and giving the same threats.
Now the reason the difference is after fg, rook g4, rook h5, rook g6, I've got the e4 square for the king.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which will be protected by the bishop on e5.
Yeah, okay. The Narayanan is wrapping things up. PT for AD. What was the opening? How did he get into such trouble?
It was the queen's gambit.
Accepted.
But this bishop g4, not what Sopiko.
You know, there are like 15 openings for black that are fine. Why does Adiban play the 16th one?
That is AD.
I think he wanted to prove a point to Srinath, I guess. You know, he can win with any opening, even b3 and even queen's gambit accepted.
The queen's gambit accepted is all right, but this bishop g4 system is...
Yeah.
Although this is actually maybe not so bad.
Also quite solid, yeah. Harry plays this quite a lot.
Yeah, no, but it is quite solid.
This position was already quite bad.
But this big, this d5 and then take everything. Why got a went 14 95 6 something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this was more stubborn, but I'm really not sure about c5 out here.
I would assume
doesn't feel like
he would be still
the...
in his book here, in his prep.
Or maybe he mixed up something. But yeah, so that will be SL's first win of this tournament after 4 draws yesterday. I guess that would have been quite frustrating for SL the previous day, but he gets into the action with his first win while AD's misery keeps compounding in this tournament.
Shall we show the standings very quickly for the new viewers?
Sure.
Very quickly, just so they know who is exactly where.
Yeah, Leon surprising everybody, I think, taking the lead after day one. And I think he has a lot of people right behind his back, you know, who want to snatch it right away. So, yeah, I guess SL winning this game should topple him to the first half for sure.
From my experience, but also from the standing right there, you can see that these things, they change extremely fast. And when it comes to qualification, frankly, you should do if you do extremely well, you can qualify 1 day in advance. If you do extremely poor, you don't qualify 1 day in advance. But there is a big group of people in the middle for whom it depends on the last day as well. So there is that. And otherwise, yeah, these things, they move like 3 points for a win, especially. Sometimes winning 2-3 games in a row, it just catapults you all the way up.
True. By the way, we have a knight on g7 in the Abhijit versus Indian game. Somehow it managed to
white knight on g7.
Yeah, white knight on g7.
Very odd. What is this knight on g7? How did
knight on
get
g7
there?
that's stuck there?
Yeah.
It is so
Well,
weird.
it came from F5 and then he put it on G7. Indian was like, just happy to allow it out there. And it's like, just sure, just
it's
say that,
ridiculous.
just don't bother me. Just don't cause any trouble.
It's like psychology, yeah. It's mostly psychology. It's so annoying that there isn't like it does nothing, but it's just annoying, and you are telling yourself it's not there, ignore it, but deep inside you know it's there.
I mean, yeah, keep your friends close and enemies closer. I think he's following that advice, I guess. Knight on G7 and looks very, yeah, I mean, it's there, it's sitting in your face, and for now there's nothing, I guess, but there could be.
There could be. I think it's very good for tricks. Like for this knight is good there for like, even when you're going to be lost, there will always be some last minute tricks.
True.
But at the moment, black looks nice. Black looks fine. Yeah, very nice.
His upper pawn. I think
structure.
that's the main asset. Yeah, the upper pawn is a big deal.
Yeah, upper pawn and any endgame is just devastating for white.
Srinath, if you had to deliver some food, what would you choose right now? Not deliver, get your food delivered.
Sandwich.
Sandwich. Wow, you are this kind of guy, yeah?
Well, during commentary, that's my go-to food.
That's true, yeah. Commentary is hard art. Oh, look at the bad bishop of Seturaman there. So
How
it's good
to go from sandwich to the bad bishop to from food to...
Well, bad food, bad bishop.
I'm glad we're not sponsored by Subway for this tournament.
No, but there is possibilities. You know, a lot of streamers, they get sponsored by some food companies. So before you know it, tomorrow you're going to be praising some burger that you despise.
And somebody take out a clip of 50 years ago that you posted about this burger, and then you have to repent for it.
Exactly.
Surya has a nice position, dominating knight on c5 on the dark square, which the light square black bishop cannot really access. And it has been a really nice comeback by Surya in general. He also didn't have the best of times post the COVID lockdowns. And he himself got down with COVID in January, just before the Tata Steel Challenges, and had a horrendous tournament there. But it seems like something has changed post then, and he seems to be really prioritizing getting back into playing shape. And,
Interesting, because he's also busy with multiple other things, right?
He was busy with that. We had a talk about it, and I basically told him either he can do all that and have lower playing ambitions, or keep his playing ambitions, but go down on all the other things.
And he decided to.
Yeah, he decided to go down the playing ambitions way.
You don't have to accept it though. For example, Hikaru, he became a full-time streamer, yet he now had a tremendous success.
Yes, but also a lot of his streaming involves playing chess. Yeah, playing chess with attention. He's not doing prop night, for example.
Okay, yeah, but even everybody has some fun. So if your fun is on stream while other people's fun is off stream, I don't think that makes a big difference. But of course, if the fun is all you have, it becomes a
difference when you have to stream every day.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, Anish, do you know what prop night is?
It's one of the things I decided not to Google to maintain my friendship with my friends. So if you don't mind, I'll.
No, that's actually better, I think.
That's why, yeah.
Prop night 24. The Suri has a nice position, and in the other board, it seems like a lot has changed in Gukesh Puranik. Black, at first sight it looked like white is mating here, but black does have this resource with queen to h1 check, queen to h1, knight e3 check, at the very least, getting out of danger. But perhaps black has something else too here.
Yeah, if you don't finish these things yourself, the opponent, the comeback is swift. Very unpleasant. Queen g4, even more ambitious. Bishop e2, bishop a6. Ooh. Puranik.
Yeah, I expect Puranik to go for this. He has 5 minutes. Lokesh has 17. Oh, he went for it. He did go for it. And
Yeah, beautiful.
Lokesh is in trouble, yeah? He's in massive trouble.
Yeah, you can even see how the queen on h7 is the only piece that is still sort of in the attack, but not really.
And you can already go rook h8, no?
I can always go rook h8. Can always go rook h8. The question is, do I
take first?
Yeah, but rook h8, by the way, is not a queen takes h8. It's still not.
You can also insert this here, but yeah, you can also insert this here, and at the end of this, maybe some queen c4. It feels like White's pieces are in complete lack of coordination, disarray.
But I think actually in this particular position, I'm okay, no? How do you play?
I didn't see a direct way. That's why I had resorted to.
But I mean, you only have a queen and the knight. So which one? Which one will deliver the blow? I think knight is kind of controlled by my pieces right now.
But at the least I can prevent things from moving.
Bishop g5.
What happens? Yeah, queen d4, you queen d1, you have rook e1. So
queen d4 is nice though, yeah. Yeah, but there was no threat. I think you've undersold your advantage a little bit in the last few moves. You had something more.
Agreed.
By the way, there's a lot happening in the Harika game as well. I think she has lined up all her pieces. Black has captured a pawn on b2, and then the knight on b8 is still stuck there. So even though it might be roundabout equal, I guess, but it's very complicated, I think.
Very complex, and Leon is also in his comfort zone now. Yeah, last 30 seconds. He has he's won all his games from here.
Be interesting game to follow. I think they are both under severe time pressure now.
They're both under severe time pressure, but some people don't have as much pressure as others.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
But black is just a pawn up here, yeah. Just I don't see how.
Well, the knight on b8 though is a little bit passive.
Yeah.
At some point, black, I guess, maybe just gives up this pawn and gets a slightly better position. Queen. No, you can't move the queen. The a5 pawn is hanging, so.
I guess rook d1 back. Okay, queen f5.
Queen f5 doesn't. He wants to take this pawn, but this allows knight c6 for the moment. Rook d1, rook e7. And if you come back, queen d3.
That's the thing with these positions, yeah, with these openings where you sacrifice a pawn for something very long term. Like you sacrifice like a big central pawn. The danger, of course, if you are unable to prove the short-term compensation, at some point, pawn will catch up with you and you'll just be pawned down, right?
Yeah, it'll just be pawned down if black managed to castle that. Also, it looked like Leon didn't know this quite deeply. He just knew the idea existed, but didn't know much beyond that.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think if you can we just see where exactly he erred and just try to understand which move was on. So bishop f4 looks good. c4, bishop f1 looks good. Bishop e7, a4 looks good. You can, after a4, a6, first take on b5 and on a8, yeah? You probably reduce some risk this way. Then you go knight c3.
How do you do that? I mean, you just don't have this knight a2, a5 and stuff like that, yeah? The pawn is just
yeah, after b4, I was also wondering maybe some takes knight b5 or something. But yeah, or take on e6 as well, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You're not gonna...
But it just gives White a lot more options here compared to...
I would think it's more natural to include the trade, no? It's a matter of taste, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Knight is back in the game, though. Now it's on c6.
Yeah, knight is back in the game, and it seems like Harika refused the repetition, right? Leon was trying to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Harika can count pawns, yeah? Let's not.
No, but she went back.
She went back.
Why did she go back, though?
Now,
it's a draw already.
It's a draw. Yeah, it got repeated already. She played knight b8 and.
It's a strange move repetition. You see, it's a strange one. It was not.
Yeah, but also something I kind of expected because I have noticed this tendency with Harika. I think she sometimes does feel a bit intimidated in a field like this, and she gets a lot of good
but
questions.
Wait. I understand everything. I'm also always intimidated in every field, but in this at this position, so if I go 95, there is just no pieces left that can intimidate you at some point.
But
right?
you can play rook e7, no?
Okay, no, but let's say that you are intimidated.
I see what
let's
you're
say
saying.
You are
I see what
intimidated.
you're saying.
Rook d7, rook e1, and queen h4. And if you trade the knights and you trade the rooks, like there is nothing anymore. So this was just a missed opportunity. I think she just forgot about the move repetition, because she repeated with the rooks and then with the knight, and it confused her a bit. I understand the confusion.
But why would you go knight b8 here?
Yeah, I think it's anyway not a good move, but 95 is just very clean, no? Like a very clean way of putting pressure for free.
Exactly. True. And guys, a couple of big results. Raunak lost against Lalit. Wow. Things went haywire for him around this point, and then he played knight f4 here. After bishop c1 check, he had to resign.
d4 pawn already falling. I think it was already dead lost at this point.
Yeah, it looks like he completely lost the plot, which means Lalit has won 2 games in a row.
Look at how instructive this king maneuver was, yeah, from move 41. King f8, king e8, king d8, just walking away slowly. Just very nice, no rush. And then already white wanted to trade queens.
Yeah, and here there's already the problem.
By the way, Puranik did go for what we talked about, but I'm not sure at all it was a great idea. Bishop e3, c4, c3. Bishop e3 was a little bit. Bishop e3 a little bit shaky.
You had to control the c3 square, yeah?
Well, I think, am I holding if I play like rook c7?
Exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah, miserable minds think alike.
And then you just put the rook on e3.
Yeah, I need to regroup nicely. We should be careful. Bishop f4 maybe, but bishop f.
Yeah, bishop f4, bishop g3, rook e3.
Well, if I get that, I am fine. But you'll try to annoy me with some queen f3 with bishop e5, king f5. Well, rook e3 also possible. Right? So let's go rook e3 instead of king e1. No,
yeah, rook e3 makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and bishop g3. I think this is very fortressy vibe, but okay, not 100% sure, but very fortressy.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
That's what Gukesh is going for.
He has to at this point.
By the way, AD is also lost against SL, I think. He resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice final position.
A lot more decisive games today compared to yesterday.
True. And Arjun is pushing against Karthikeyan, by the way. He has 2 central pass pawns.
Nice.
Yeah, Arjun's
pushing, and today is playing a lot more seriously. Yeah.
Wow, it's interesting what he did. Is it that's rare, no? This a6 knight c6.
Yeah, but knight c3 is rare, no?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the. I didn't see. I thought it was Rosolimo with castle. I didn't see the notation from the start. Yeah, no, this is weird. Yeah, what white did.
Yeah, I mean knight c3 is rare, and it's not.
No, white just did something. Yeah, I just thought it was e6 Rosolimo. I didn't see the first most. Yeah, black was very comfortable from the start. But now it's the question, how do you do it accurately? You need to hide the king. You can just play like rook e6. You can just play rook e6 d5, but yeah, or king d4. But king d4, I was not sure. Maybe some check somewhere.
The variation I had in mind was d5, a7, rook a6.
Oh, this is very nice. But don't I have
c7 and now king d4?
But why rook c7? Wait a second. Maybe I have rook e8 check, for example. And king f4 maybe, yeah. Because I'm thinking if I win the d pawn against the a pawn, it could be okay, but not in this version. Yeah, maybe not in this version, because now my king is kind of very passive and the e pawn is still very strong. Oh, by the way, Puranik won. Let's see how he did it. He just didn't go c3. Very smart. Very smart. Just went g4, g4, g3. Very, very cool. Brutal. Yeah.
Now queen d1 check and knight d2 check.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. If you survive a scare, sometimes you get to take over.
True. So we've had a lot of results. I think Surya won against Sethuraman. I mean,
Yes, Surya won against Setu, and he joins Leon in the lead.
Good to see the experienced, the
good to see. There's
players.
still hope for.
Yes, it's never too late.
True. So which game is winning now? I think Arjun's game is still going on.
Karthikeyan and Arjun. Yeah.
Something is going on still. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Karthikeyan and Arjun.
Yeah, it looks like Black is winning. So I collect.
Doesn't it just lose rook and a7?
Yeah, rook d1 he wants, but Epon will promote. Yeah, king c2. Yeah, king c2 simply. And then you got this rook a1 check first and e2, and it's just game over. That's Arjun.
Too less time for.
Before the game, he decided that he wants to win, and so he won. That's how he does it.
Yeah, d2.
With what score did Arjun decide to win this tournament? Did he inform you, Srinath?
Hang on.
Any WhatsApp chats?
Any insights?
He did say something.
For sure. He usually likes to decide up front with what score to win tournaments.
Yeah, he said something like 2 + 2 + 2 + 1 something.
Oh, he had something mapped out. Okay.
Yeah.
And if it will be 2 + 2 + 2 + 2, that's also fine. I will see you on the last day.
Yeah, so I think it's over now. Yeah, I think this should.
Yeah, it's over.
Guesses. Yeah. Oh wow.
Chessbase India did April's Fool that Vidit retired. That's the most the hardest April's Fool to guess ever.
And we have the standings on the screen. The big update in this round: Surya joining Leon Mendonca. So we have I think we have the youngest participant and the oldest participant jointly leading.
That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think Surya, we do not expect him to be at the top, right? I think he would be very happy with performance so far. I think with 11 points, that's insane. With 3 wins, that too. Very well played.
Yeah, what an amazing comeback. And do check out his Chessable course, the lifetime repertoire, Nimzo and Cimetierish, which you can see on top of the screen. Amazing course, shortlisted for course of the year.
And he's not lost a single game, by the way. 2 draws and 3 wins. So flawless performance so far.
Flawless performance by Surya and Leon. Ronak has had a hot and cold tournament so far. 3 wins, 2 losses. But that works quite well for this format.
Yeah, he loses the first one to come back in the next 3. Yeah, so I think it works well for him.
Indeed. And at the bottom of the standings, AD will really look to bring it on. He will really look to bounce back and will be eager to collect his first win in this tournament.
Pretty strong lineup that doesn't allow for easy comeback opportunities. It's nice to have sometimes some massive outsiders for a player who is doing badly. Sometimes nice to get some turbo boost, some accelerators, some help from opponents. But this is not the kind of event.
Yeah, but they're all not all, but some of them are commentating.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with the tournament is that there is the wrong Srinath Narayanan playing.
For the players.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, true.
See, I can volunteer with a turbo boost for sure. I can volunteer for the next one. I can be there. Anybody's low on confidence, pair him against me, and he can surely win. But now I think, yeah. Anish?
No, it's exciting to have. I mean, you have here as well some relative underdogs. If you look at the rating closely, Inian, Harika, a little underrated.
Leon was also supposed to be a relative underdog. It went 25-36. He was about 13th seed. Yeah, but he's at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. There's no real underdogs, and this makes this tournament very hard because you need those wins. And when things not going your way, it's hard to force them. You just gotta do your thing and hope for the best.
Also, I wanted to point out, this knight on G7, finally, it actually had its glory day pretty quickly. It came out from F5 out here once, then it went back to G7, and then it came back to F5 in order to give access to the queen to F6.
Yeah, no, now it's already clear. It was hard for black always. Maybe 29 e takes f4. That's a little counterintuitive. Maybe can we go back to move 29? Yeah, here. So see the rook on b2. It's active. Yeah? It's active. But the problem is that black needs someone on the back rank, someone to protect. So maybe rook b8 back is an option. But I understand already why he hesitated at some point. F5 and some knight h5 things, maybe fe knight h5, different kind of ideas. Maybe king h1
F5,
first.
I thought I'd be happy to allow it and play g5.
Yeah, f5 was a bit rushed. Maybe I'll go. I wanted to go fe, but fe you go queen e5, I guess. Maybe I start with king h1 or something. I can keep the tension. No, before taking on e5, I guess.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I don't know if it's a good move. I don't know. I think rook b8 was actually a better defense because he went ef. Oh, he simply blundered with f5. Yeah, that was his idea. He simply blundered. When he went f5, he was hoping knight f5, queen e6 would collect the knight on the pin. He missed queen g5, very strong. Queen f5, queen d8. This is a little tactic he missed. That's where the game just turned around.
Right. So with that very interesting game and Abhijit's first win, we'll quickly go in for a break and be right back.
Sure.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine-Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for round 2 of day 2. The fight is just heating up. And before we start the games, here's a quick reminder about the Great Indian Gaming League organized by MPL. You can win a total prize fund of 2,000 crores. That's insane. That's too many zeros for me to calculate right now. So do check out the link here and do check out the league. And it'll be a great tournament happening from 24th March to 29th May 2022. And I have GM Srinath and GM Anish Giri with me. Welcome back for round 2 of today.
Do you understand how much 2,000 crores is, Anish?
It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Crores is a big thing.
Yes,
Crores
is
a very big thing. I mean, lakhs is a big thing, but crores is a very big thing.
Yeah, I think Crore would have, 7 zeros, I guess. So 2,000 would be, how many zeros that is, Srinath?
I was just working it out, 2,000 is 3 zeros, and crores is like 7 zeros. So that's like 10 zeros in total. Chat, am I right?
10 zeros is not a score you want to have in this tournament. But
not at all.
Not at all. Yeah, so I think we have some exciting pairings lined up for this round as well. We have, first of all, Sethuruman against Indian P here. And that's going to be a cracker because Sethuruman, again, he needs to, reach the top somehow. Then you have Lalit Babu, who won the last game. And he's facing off against Abhijit. Yeah, true. And he's facing Abhijit right now.
And Sahil, I also want to point out Lalit has defeated two very, very promising youngsters, Gukesh and Ronak, back to back. And in recent times, these youngsters have been setting the stage on fire. They have been performing in such a way that I already felt bad about playing chess, but they have made me feel worse and pointless about playing in tournaments. But Lalit has beaten 2 of them in a row.
Lalit is back. Yeah, Lalit has been around since I was a kid. I played him in Dutch tournaments. He was playing in some Dutch Opens. He's been traveling a lot in the Netherlands, playing these events, and I haven't heard much of him until recently. He had some good result recently again, and seems to be back at it.
Yeah, seems to be back at it. He didn't play a lot during the pandemic, but then he came back. He won 4 tournaments in a row, and those were not very strong tournaments. He didn't gain a lot of rating, but in this tournament, he's been playing.
It's like a number of tournaments I won in my life. Those were also not very strong tournaments.
We would beg to disagree. Strong is a relative term.
Indeed. By the way, all the games have begun, so maybe we can also have a look at Harika against S.L. I think that's a very interesting lineup because Harika, she was almost winning in the last game, but she drew. And S.L, of course, wants to continue his winning run. So it'll be very interesting to follow this battle, I think.
Srinath, do you feel low-key proud when S.L does well? Because you get a bit of that fame as well.
Yeah, I do. And I'm always ready to answer questions to journalists whenever he wins something. And then they go like, how do you feel? And I can always answer, how do I feel with whatever I want? Because I don't even need to correct them because they're not asking me, how do you feel about winning something? They just start with, how do you feel? And I go like, oh, I feel really nice. And then they quote me in interviews. Srinath Narayanan said he felt really nice after winning this tournament.
Yeah, no, you are made for being his PR manager. With your incredible PR skills and the convenience, Srinath has responded to us immediately after his game. C6 though, C6. C6 is a bit odd. I mean, you can do that, but it's one of the more unprincipled systems. But I think he's playing for a win. That's the idea, because DC releases then simplifies the game. Let's say C5 or knight C6, that leads to simplifications. So he's trying to keep the tension. C6, castle, and A5. Oh yeah, A5. That's possible. Very clever.
How do you explain it? Going A5 after C6.
It's a combination of. Well, it's a combination of being a useful waiting move. You don't want to determine your B pawn just yet. That's I think what it is. You usually go to B6, but sometimes you go to B5. And with A5, you gain space, which is useful in either case. So you are kind of remaining flexible. I think that's how you can explain this move.
The flexibility principle. When you're not sure, when there are multiple options with another pawn or a piece, and when there's only one option with another piece, you start with the one.
Yeah, but that's not really the thing here, no? I mean, like, it's just, I think A5 is more of an exception to the rule kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, generally, it's not a good move, right?
I mean, generally, it's not a good move.
You're supposed to develop your B8 knight, like if you are playing it by the book, like by the old-fashioned book in that position. When you play A5, you're supposed to develop. So normally you develop the B8 knight to D7, then you go B6 and develop the bishop. But of course,
but also you lose flexibility, yeah, because sometimes
you do. But if you keep like forever like playing A5, H6, keep flexible. At some point, it's not all about flexibility. Like it's not about keeping the option. At some point, you have to strike.
True. You're talking about the position, right?
Not only, Srinath. Not only.
Okay, I think maybe we can check one more game out. I think Sethuram against Inian is turning out to be interesting as well. I think G5 has happened. And so very interesting line by Inian. I mean, is Inian also, do you think as Inian, he's trying to win as many games as possible, or his strategy is like, just to hold as many people to a draw as possible? What do you think?
He's certainly not trying to make a draw or from the outset. This much I can say for sure. He's also not that style of a player. You can't just tell him go and stay solid and defend your fort. But so I think he's really trying to score points whenever he can. But it's not enough to just want to win.
Wise words, Srinath. Wise words.
We had life lessons yesterday by Srinath as well. So I think you missed that one. Probably he'll give us today as well.
Very insightful. Always a pleasure to comment with Srinath. You get to learn so many things. You spend your entire career thinking it's enough to want to win, and you think what's going wrong every time. And now you just hear the wise captain, and you realize it's not enough to want to win. Srinath, tomorrow, please tell us also what is enough to win. That would be really nice.
Yeah,
Because what is not
we'll have a
enough is
segment for
not
that.
enough, you know.
We'll have a segment for that, the winning ways.
Thank you. Let's just do a short segment in between the rounds, you know, for how to win.
But then I also don't feel great giving it all away before the Olympiad, you know.
That is true. Let's talk about the games, but at some point we should briefly touch on the Olympiad topic and what are your plans.
What are my plans? I'm not really sure for the moment.
Anish, are you playing the Olympiad this year?
I'm okay. I don't know yet 100%, but I'm hoping that normally speaking, yeah, I should be playing.
Are you playing for India?
I'm open for negotiations.
I think Srinath can make anything work, so you're speaking to the right man.
If it was up to me, I'd be a captain like Srinath, because you get the same amount of money and you do nothing. But you take more of the credit, because at the end, when you win the Olympiad, they are thinking, are you going to interview one of the players? Or yeah, that's not really a thing to do, because then the others feel less attention. So let's just interview the captain instead. So the captain also gets all the fame. Yes, it was a very hard decision to put Vidit there or Arjun, because one is very strong. The other is also very strong. So I think if we had put Vidit, we would have probably also won. But I put Arjun and we won. So I'd like to take the credit for this victory. Like, yeah. Oh, very nice, very nice. Thank you. Very wise, captain. Very wise. Very wise decision.
But then
you know, Anish, I think you don't have options, because Max is in the chat and he's asking why not be the captain.
Why am I not the captain? Because I don't want subordinates like Max in my team, under my command. They refuse to listen, you know. When I tell go forward, they don't. When I tell go back, they go forward.
But I think Srinath has the important job of getting you into the team, so I think that counts for something.
Well, we can work on it.
Okay, by the way, how is AD doing? I think AD's position, I think he is looking to strike for sure now. I think he's lost a lot of games. He will definitely, and he has a pawn on b3.
This Karthikeyan guy is a tricky guy to face when you are eager to strike and things are not going your way. He's incredibly resourceful. He's a good defender. His weakness, I think, one of his weaknesses, as far as I can see, is the opening. And if he gets away with an okay position and you are in bad shape, it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy.
True. But he has a pawn on b3 though, so I guess that counts for something.
That counts for something. That counts for something.
AD has gone crazy. Every game he has a pawn on e4, a pawn on b3. It's almost like he prioritizes content now over everything else.
That seems so familiar to us, Srinath, doesn't it?
Well, but I don't play, so I don't have bad results.
No, as an Instagram follower of your account, Srinath, I do see some here and there, some happy Insta posts popping up. Another good tournament, here and there, slowly gaining a couple points here, couple points there, crawling in the shadow of the great students.
In the shadow, yes, slithering.
And Sahil, what are your ambitions when it comes to chess?
Ambitions, I just want to get the IM title at least, when I'm sitting here, at least, like when I came to the stream, she was like, you have to do the job of Gotham Chess, Tanya, and Jan Gustafsson. So I was like, you mentioned 3 titles, which I don't have right now. So at least I should get at least one of those titles.
I don't know, Sahil, I think that the title you have is a lot more special. It's very rare you get to see an NM.
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, IMs, there are plenty of IMs, and IMs, they will always just be these kind of, not GMs. Let's be real. We are not being elitist, but let's be real, yeah? IMs, IMs. They are IMs.
Justice for IMs in the chat, by the way.
I mean, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, true. No, I get you.
But you get my point. As a respected NM, you absolutely understand what I mean, what I talk about.
Yeah, I think what I can do is I can reach the qualifications and not get it maybe. I think that's okay.
I think you either go for GM, Sahil, or you remain a respectable NM.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I would do the same.
True.
But Srinath, you're doing fine. That's why you see Srinath, for example, he can make all these jokes about himself. and say, "Oh, I cannot play chess. I cannot do this and that." But deep inside, he knows that he is a grandmaster. And
Exactly.
just look the look on his face. The way he looks at other people. You see that there is this grandmasterish thing about him. He knows whatever happens, whichever piece he blunders, at the end of the day, he is the grandmaster. It's different.
True.
Fascinating game by Seturaman there. Fascinating strategic position. There was a game once between Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, which was very, very similar to this. We got this fascinating structure, and I think Black won that game. I think it was. I don't remember who was Black though. Was it Vishy or was it Kramnik?
I think it was Vishy.
In Vaikanzai, I also think it was Vishy.
Yeah, I think it was Vishy.
Yeah, I also think it was Vishy. And the thing was, the white struggled with where to place his king. You do things like King D1, King. I'm not sure if it was Vishy. Let me look it up.
Did it come from some knight h5 g3 kind of stuff with the bishop on h4?
No, that is when Vishy beat Rager on Olympiad. So Vishy had many such games, but I think this one is. Let's see.
It's gotten into a more.
No, in fact, it was
construct
Kramnik. It was Kramnik who was Black in that game, and this one Kramnik won. It's very similar. I'll send it to you in Zoom because it's extremely similar.
Sure.
I don't know if I can send. Oh yeah, I can send here.
I think yeah. Cool.
2018 Vaikanzai tournament, and he went some King D1, King C2 thing, but King wasn't safe there either.
Oh yeah. I remember this one.
But it was very different because the Black went there with the king to the king side, and here he went long castle D5, and also he went FG. Yeah, no, Black here plays it. Now I like white. I like white a lot because I'll have the light square on E4, and then I'll put my pawn on G4, and it will be very beautiful. Oh, very beautiful.
Yeah, I'm just drawing arrows because it just feels so nice to have.
Because you're a grandmaster.
Yeah, the arrows draw themselves actually once you're a GM, I guess.
I won't lie, it's true.
Look at Setu, by the way. The man is focused.
Yeah, that's actually a bit less focused than usual. His eyes are usually closer.
True. He's a bit relaxed today, I think.
He looks like he's a machine that's like working really hard. I think he is.
He is.
Yeah. By the way, Arjun's game is also very interesting, I think, against Aryan now. He's put his pawn on h5 and he has an open f.
Yes. I like, what I like most about this position is the fact that the knight on b8 is still on b8.
Yeah.
Should be somewhere on d5, e6, somewhere there. Then it would be a interesting position that is probably anyway better for white. But with knight on b8, looks really bad for black.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see what happened? Why the knight is still on b8?
Sure.
I think this
it started with this Janovsky.
Yeah, so far, so okay, a6. Yeah, it's okay. Max probably left the chat, so I can say what I really think about this move a6. I mean, b5. I don't think is a thing. Without queen on b3, I don't think you do b5. That cannot be good. It cannot be good. His logic is he wants to make a waiting move because he cannot play knight d7 and he doesn't want to take on g3. But let's be real. b5 is not it. Definitely not it.
c5?
Oh, c5 is interesting idea. Yeah, bring knight to c6.
Yeah, considering that white has weakened the e3 pawn.
Yeah, maybe some, I don't know, some waiting move, some bishop g6 or I don't know what. Bishop g6 maybe. I don't know if it's useful at all. But b5 is a little bit weakening. Okay, so he went b5, takes, e4. Takes. Yeah, bishop g4 also possible, bishop g6 also possible. Okay. h4, interesting idea. h6, h5, bishop h7, e5. Yeah, he didn't want to bring the queen onto d7, of course. But if he brought the queen to e6, it would be hit by knight f4. So there was not a nice option there instead.
But what difference does it make if I just take and play cancel again?
I mean, I still don't have that, but I wanted to have a d7 square, yeah. But here again, knight f4 is an issue. But in general, I wanted to have the d7 square.
Yeah, I get.
Okay, he went now queen g4, by the way, which is a good move. And then we'll see if
Arjun just trades the queens or keeps it on.
That would be a big pity, right? Or to trade queens, wouldn't it?
But the
But if you just have a better position, why not?
Is Arjun into queen trades generally?
Yeah, not as much as Abdusataru, but a bit, somewhere in between.
Abdusataru is into queen trades, yeah?
Yeah. You give him a chance to trade queens, he would do it.
Interesting. Many people are like that, yeah. Like they have a very clear preference for one or the other, either trade queens or not trade queens.
What's your preference, Anish?
Mine?
Yeah,
Anish. Oh, Arjun goes for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually trade queens. But when I don't, sometimes I don't, and then I regret it. But is it so much though? Can I play knight f5 or not? Very risky move, very shaky. Yeah, you can play rook d3
and g4.
Yeah. Rook d3 nicely controlling everything. Yeah, white is kind of in control. I think white is nice. White's in control. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes you can just get a nice position. You know what is this game?
It's a choice, yeah. You keep queens and you try and exert initiative in the middle game, you're better. Or you just trade queens and you have a very safe position where you're playing for 2 results. And a lot of people tend to not give the chance to the opponent. 2 results, safe, even, you draw.
Yeah, Arjun knows he will win next game or something. So he's not in a rush to win.
I think he'll win this game too.
And the next one. And the one after that.
Somebody in the chat said, I trade queens because then I cannot blunder them basically. So that also makes some sense.
A lot of sense, for sure.
Okay. Maybe we can go to some other game now. Maybe I think
Ganguly, guys. Ganguly possessed the B3 spirit. The one B3 spirit is there.
It's not 1 B3, Anish. It's 5 B3. Just to clear it out.
I said the spirit. Srinath, there is a spirit, okay. It's why you also promote all your Catalan courses that start with another move order, yeah? So give AD the same thing, please.
Fair.
Look at this bishop on b2, this monster staring down the d4 pawn. I mean, isn't it why you play b3?
But yeah, I mean, against this setup with knight f6, Vincent Gamer does this a lot with white, he just goes knight f3, e3, c4, knight c3.
In Blitz, yeah? I mean, in Blitz, I think in classical chess, he does different things, but in Blitz, he does it a lot, yeah.
Yes. In Blitz and Rapid, and sometimes occasionally in classical chess too. He does different things, of course, but this he does a lot. And against this, I think the setup at c6 is one of the most annoying setups that Black can have.
Okay, one second.
Because this position with e5 takes knight b5, knight c6, it's totally okay for Black. Black is very comfortable. Black has a very nice and solid center. So I guess Leon chose his opening well for this game. And after takes bishop b5, bishop g4 is one of the nice moves White exerted pressure on e5, black releases it. Bishop into c6, bishop into f3, g into f3, b c6, rook c1, rook c8, rook g1. Yeah, in this position, like what are your impressions, Sahil?
Yeah, I mean, White is desperate to open up that bishop as much as possible, right? I mean, if he opens it up, then he has some counterplay. Otherwise, the king on e1 is looking kind of stupid, and the rooks are disconnected, so they cannot coordinate for some sort of attack. And now g6 plays. So yeah, I mean, I guess White simply wants to open up that diagonal at all costs. So I think right now the queen is not really hanging. Yeah, he plays f4 immediately, opening up the diagonal somehow. So the concept is correct for sure. Like he's trying to open up this bishop all the way to f6. If that happens, yeah, then he has some play for sure.
Yeah, and also I am guessing Surya would have noticed Leon's tendency to go deep into the time scrambles. But I'm really not sure if that's something he should keep doing every single game, because it can just start catching up with you. It's honestly a bit scary for me how Leon plays. It probably makes my heartbeat go higher than his own heartbeat. He seems to know what he's doing, but it makes it scary for me. Into f4, bishop into d4 comes in. The bishop gets into the game. So some balance here for White, but black is solid. Leon is solid as always, and
would White try to play queens here with queen f4? Do you think he would play queen f4 here as White?
Really don't like this move, because then black can play c5. Yeah, you want to get that bishop out first when you have the chance, and then some knight d5, knight into f4.
True.
So yeah, I think it's nice if you can get bishop into d4 out as quickly as possible. And now I guess black will go for something like knight e4, and
yeah, I think Surya's posture looks very calm. Yeah, I think he has somehow the best posture. Like there's no clear expression. He has a poker face. He's calm, composed. So I guess he knows what he's doing. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be totally chill, and Surya is that kind of a guy who can play really well, or the momentum can also go the opposite way. And when things go really well for him, he can perform like 100, 150 points above his rating. It can go incredibly well for him. And a lot matters on, if he's able to get into that zone or not. Also, Sahil, there is something, maybe we can ask this to the chat while we are chit-chatting. F3 is a legit move here. Queen into F3, there is knight into D2. And let's say White ignores it and goes all the way, H4, H5. Now, what do you do as black to play?
Yeah.
Can you do something spectacular as black?
Chat, black to play, come on. Can you find the move? It's a chance to basically, technically even play the MPL to yourself. So as black, what do you think you can do in this position?
Yeah, and I will flip the board to make it easier for the chat.
Yeah. Don't be scared to, go all in. MPL also has poker on its platform. So I think going all in is a part and parcel of chess. Even sometimes you have to go for critical continuations. Sacrifice is a part of the game. So yeah.
So Leon's sister's classmate is in the chat.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he's doing really well. He's doing really, really well right now. Okay, somebody saying knight takes d2. I think somebody said queen d4. Somebody said easy, but said then queen g3, which makes less sense than I thought it would.
You have become a powerful influencer, Sahil. You said queen sack, and then people go queen g3.
You're not the kind I meant, unfortunately.
You have to measure your words these days,
True. Welcome back.
But queen g3 is not totally without sense either, yeah? You want to win this?
Yeah, sorry guys, I got some food delivered suddenly, so I had to take a small food
Sandwich?
break.
Sandwiches?
Not sandwich, but
Thankfully.
I do follow your every single word that you say. So please, choose them wisely.
Did you find the move in this question, Anish?
Sorry.
Did you find the move in this question for black?
After h5?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, we were just asking chat about it, and they're thinking hard.
Speaking of queen trades and why to do them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes
Why
you
not
don't
to do
have to
them?
trade.
If you trade a queen, you can no longer sacrifice it, guys.
Exactly. Nice.
How did you get this position? What kind of cooperative is that?
I just went h4, h5.
Ah, yeah.
And,
I see. And it happened.
yep. Ethereus Noob has got it. Hespero has got it. And I think Ameya. Shout out to all of them who got the right move. Queen into d4. Kachem, Chakrada. Queen into d4. A into d4. If white takes a into d4, then it's checkmate.
Guys, you're streaming on the Chess24 channel, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the streams of this Indian events are on the main channel, yeah, nowadays?
Yes. We have been upgraded.
Very nice.
By the way, interesting game in Puranik against Ronak now. I think, both sides are, white is at least trying to attack on the queen side, and black lacks the a pawn there. So interesting position.
It looks dangerous for Ronak, to be honest.
For whom? For Ronak?
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's only heavy pieces left, yeah? So there is limited attackers. You have to solve just one problem, but it's a serious problem, yeah, the b7 pawn. What about queen d5? Rook d6 he went.
Rook d6 he went, and...
Yeah, now if you go rook fb2, I have e3 pawn hanging, so that's a problem.
Yeah, so do you want to just put the king out here or something?
Rook d6. Next what? What is the next move? Yeah, let's say
For
h3.
black, right? Yeah. H3 was what I have on the board. And just put the king on h2 and then go for rook fb2.
As black, I would try to
black
trade
do?
queens, of course. Yeah, with some queen d5 is tempting, but you should be careful in first of all with the rook, and also even if you trade queens, the b7 pawn still has some target. Maybe queen c6 is more to the point, but still you've got this rook b2 option. I don't know. Yeah, some pressure, definitely some pressure for Puranik.
He does go with h3.
Very
Incredibly
logical.
fast play by Puranik though. I think 34 moves, he spent only half his time.
Guys, Adiban looking good or not? Adiban looking good, no?
Yeah,
his
he's looking
position
fine.
looking good.
Adiban also looking good, guys. As always.
Yeah, he's wearing a nice dress today, so he should be fine.
Yeah, baby. But is it so easy though? Yeah, I'm not sure. You win this h6 pawn, okay. But is it so easy?
Do you win this? Like, you can't do it right away, right?
No, you take on d5, I assume.
Yeah. You take, which is what happened in the game. But
then
black...
it's not like you're crushing. You just won a pawn, and black has bishop pair, and c2 is hanging, so not so easy.
But
takes a bishop
also
g5.
the kind of question you would want to give
Bishop
to
g5,
AD, yeah?
Bishop g5. Really happy to trade the dark squared bishops, I think. Really happy.
But why isn't the bar bigger?
I don't know. There's some defense, I guess, because it looks crushing.
Yeah, exactly. It looks crushing.
Okay, maybe take a queen d2 or something like this. Or queen d4, I don't know, some.
Queen d2, back to good old queen trade.
Knight f6 check I have, right?
King g7, you just take on e5.
Okay, it's 2 pawns already.
Yeah.
Maybe not queen d2.
I don't see the difference. It's. I guess it's not apparent.
No, it looks really bad for black. Also pawn down, and also position is not trailing. No, I think Adiban is going to be a big favorite here.
For his first win.
Maybe it will be really good. Really good for Adiban fans.
True. Finally.
Harika is doing very fine against SL, right? But not more than that, I guess.
Yeah, she's holding her own for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Queen
But,
D8, Knight D8
of
is
course-
nice little thing.
And Arjun's also set up the rooks on the king side now, so he's attacking without queens, by the way. So knight's very well placed on c5 and e4.
And black is struggling, yeah, gasping kind of.
Yeah.
Pawns on a4 and b3 looks nice, but targets unless the black knight reaches c4 or something.
Yeah, it's very crucial if you get to the b2 pawn, yeah? So if you don't, then it's all for nothing. If you do, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Interesting games. Actually, we have no results so far, right?
Yeah,
So
so far
I
no
think-
results.
Yeah, the Lalit game is actually heading to very interesting positions now. The end game, Lalit against Abhijit.
We're actually quite good friends. It looks like black is under a lot of pressure, but the computer is like, oh, hold on, it's just 0.00.
Well, white is like hyperactive, yeah, with this king.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the thing. Maybe
king is
slightly hyperactive.
Knight on e6.
Yeah,
You
but
get
still looks.
e4, e5.
Yeah, it actually looks still. It does really look good for white. I don't know. The bar is very cold-blooded here.
Yeah.
No, I think he's...
Does black have some? I don't know, how does black defend? But okay, what is the white threatening?
e4, e5.
Yeah, e4, e5.
It's a massive threat, and you probably have defense from that, which is why you're okay.
Rook b7, e4, rook b4.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's a juicy one.
Yeah. And it's kind of unfortunate that white doesn't have this check. Otherwise, knight a6, rook g8, and it's game over.
Yeah, because if this thing doesn't work, indeed everything kind of works out for black. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you can find a way to keep. Should you get the rook to?
I don't know
c4
why
now?
you brought it to. Yeah, exactly. You could have also brought it on to c4. It was a bit. But was knight d5 a problem in that line? It was, yeah.
I'm not sure because there was rook b5, but maybe yeah, king e6 then. Rook e d7 check. Sorry.
So here knight d5, I guess. Anyway, you try.
He goes for rook b7, so at least I was not alone.
By the way, Leon is completely lost against Surya now.
Oh, Surya is taking charge, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's going to be the leader now. I think somewhere he's wrong.
Somewhere something went horribly wrong.
Knight went to d5, not to e4, compared to your...
Yeah, I was showing such beautiful lines with the knight on e4. But it would have been nice if black could find a way to keep this bishop boxed.
Yeah, I thought c5 instead of g6. There was no instead of g6. I thought here c5 looks very good.
Yeah, I guess the trouble starts when this bishop
And
gets
queen a6
active.
was the intention. I think c5 was very tempting.
And from here, it kind of slid downhill very quickly.
Oh, he blundered that.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Blundered that. Maybe he does no defense anymore.
That's a nasty one. It's a nasty one. Isn't this called Anastasia, mate?
Oh, please, with all these mate names, it's nonsense, yeah? They're ridiculous. I find it absurd because anything that I didn't learn as a kid, I think shouldn't be learned. Anastasia made all this nonsense, seriously. I mean, who says, like, have you ever been, Srinath, sorry, have you ever been, as a, you're a Grandmaster, right, Srinath? Grandmaster, yeah? So, as a
I think so.
Grandmaster, have you ever been, like, to, like, I don't know, a Grandmaster bar, one of our Grandmaster bars, yeah, where we go to, where we hang out with other Grandmasters? Have you ever, like, had a drink with another Grandmaster and be like, oh, it's nice Anastasia made that I gave yesterday to my opponent? Have you ever had such conversation?
No, we haven't spoken about Anastasia mates.
Sahil, do national masters do that or something? Or
No, I'm not. By the way, in India, there's only national masters, so it's not like I go to a club. There's no club there. It's just me at my home.
But you do when you go to USA, right?
Yeah, true. But I doubt they talk like this, though. I really doubt.
Yeah, I don't know who are these people that are talking about Anastasia mates. It's really not grandmasters, so I don't know.
The school kids talk about these things, and
school
when
kids
you
or
do
cool
chess in
kids?
schools? The
Chess in
kids.
school kids.
Yeah. It's part of the syllabus for chess in schools, the different types of mates.
Ah, okay. So they're torturing kids with that. Okay, I understand now the point.
Yeah.
It's a tool to torture little children. Okay.
I also had to learn it.
That are not grandmasters in time, like all the other Indian kids that are playing in this tournament. Okay, I understand. By the way, I really love the dominance of Seturaman's knights in the position with very limited resources. The domination is really nice. I don't know if it's enough to win, but it's it's a very. He just like you need a little bit more on the board to be sure of a win. Now it's very close to a draw, but I think he will still pull it off. It's just very pleasant.
Too few pawns.
Oh, look at that.
Meanwhile, we had the first result
Look at Arjun. He decided to win today. Look at it. Look at it.
Wow, that's a nice final.
He literally did. I do have screenshots.
But you didn't share them with us earlier, though.
She likes to do it afterwards, though there is no point not to do it beforehand. Just to also to inform your opponents, just as a gesture.
Courtesy, yeah.
As a courtesy to Aryan Chopra. I mean, Aryan Chopra, you're today one of the chosen ones that are going to be beaten. I'm very sorry, but your ELO points have to go. Had to be donated to the Arjun Regaisi rating
online
fund.
Chess. You don't lose your ELO points.
Don't you? They haven't done the ratings for the Indian
I think
tour?
not for the Indian tour.
Okay, because they already did that for the non-Indian tour, not for the other tour.
But at least some prize fund, yeah, for sure. There'll be some donation involved for sure.
Donation for sure, yeah.
Oh, we have it. We have it. It does count for the CCT rating.
It does, yeah. Yeah, no, that's why. Why do you think Arjun decided to win all the games? Otherwise, he would make some draws.
I don't think the players are aware of this, though. I need to tell them.
Oh, please don't. Imagine Arjun when he finds out that he also has a rating at stake. Oh, so I can also win points. Okay.
First, he'll be like, "Oh, what an idiot I was! I lost in the first day."
Yes.
Arjun is greedy.
I read some kind of tweet of him, which probably was composed by his social media manager, Srinath Narayanan, the right one. And I think it says something like, I lost 4 rating points in one tournament and then decided I need to win 6 in the next one.
And I gained 9.
This was not composed by me. It was Arjun.
Oh, okay.
Arjun's thoughts and who has goals of winning 6 rating points.
It's messed up, Srinath. I have to be honest. It's very messed up. I don't know how this is called, but you have to check if he's fine because it's really not normal.
His dad is a neurosurgeon or a neurologist. I'm not sure, but
I hope surgery is not necessary, but definitely to take a peek inside his brain would be very good. It's very strange place.
I agree. Meanwhile, the game between Lalit and Abhijit has ended in a draw with bare kings remaining.
Oh, it all happened, by the way.
It all happened.
Moves. And simply knight takes d5, he just went. Indeed, why not? Knight takes d5, and rook a4. Looked a bit scary, the h-pawn, but not really, yeah?
Yeah, not really.
This is just a draw. And we get to see why Adibat's position was not so winning, because there was a defense, you see? Queen d2 and queen c2.
But first,
king f8 first.
King f8. First king f8. And if I start with knight f6?
It's happened in the game later, it's the same. He just gave 2 checks.
Okay.
There's no mate, yeah? It's so nice, but there's no mate.
Yeah, it's nothing. kind of pity for AD.
The end game, in the end game, the queen side is a bit vulnerable. Then rook d4.
A5.
You have some. Does it work? Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure this is what AD is going to do.
Yeah, but does it work? So I'll go to g7.
And head 6, yeah.
g3, if I go g5, or you have mate there? Okay, but I'm not going to fall into your only trick, yeah?
H4. But how do you stop it?
Rook b5?
Rook b5 stops it. Pity.
Oh, Gukesh, by the way, got his pawns moving.
Who's Gukesh playing against this game? Oh, yeah, it's Uncle. Oh, yeah, he's winning this one. White just misplayed this horribly.
Yeah, I think I have lots of results now. So Gukesh will probably end up winning. Arjun has won. Adiban is still trying to fight on. I think Harika.S.L should probably be a draw. Likely.
It was completely equal. Let's see what's going on now. Oh, but oh yeah. It's a draw, of course.
Yeah.
Surya still winning against Luke, by the way. So that should be a good result for Surya.
Surya's traded queens.
Yes, Raunak's position looks like there is some tactic in the.
Guys,
in the
why not rook d8 check here?
Ooh. Because Surya, he wants to demonstrate, that he's experienced, and these grandmasters, the old style grandmasters, they're very good at converting endgames. He wants to show him. Just teach him a lesson.
I could do this, but I won't.
Yeah. Also, he's like, these tactics, the youngsters are very good at tactics. Let me not go for a tactical trick. Let me go squeeze in endgame squeeze,
Domination, yeah. Like I have rook g8, but I won't.
He's completely winning. He has 2 pawns.
Yeah, but I mean, rook d8 is game over. Now you play for another 15, 20 moves.
But what is the point, Srinath, to end the game? Like, why? Anyway, you have to play next one, yeah, at some point.
Yeah, but
you might as well
when I have a good position, I'm paranoid about messing it up.
But just enjoy, yeah. You have good position. It's a good game. Enjoy. Play this one out to the end. And then at some point you'll play the next one anyway.
True.
Always this rush, find the winning move here. Find the winning continuation. What's the winning continuation? What did he play? What is this rush to win? Don't understand.
I think Adiban's game will also end in a draw soon, most likely. Chance for Adiban here?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gukesh has won his game, so he's bounced back after 2 consecutive defeats. I think the Abhimanyu Raunak game is heating up. It's going into...
Wasn't White like around move 40? Didn't he have some kind of a forced win? It looked so close to a forced win. But there isn't, yeah? Like Queen G8, Rook F8-5 or something. Then there is like Rook A6, maybe.
Rook E1 check.
King H2.
King H2.
No, Rook A6, I think, maybe instead. Yeah, I don't know, because some felt like there's something, but...
And now the rooks also get traded by hoops.
Yeah. No, this is nothing. So I think Black is getting away with it. Black is getting away with this and has now a very decent position. Is he already taking over? Or can White still force a draw here somehow? Maybe Rook A8 is still good enough for equality. Queen A8 with Rook. Already suspicious.
You think it's White who's trying to hold here? Because
yeah, well, I can play Queen takes D4, for example.
Yeah.
And I have a perpetual whenever I want. I think after Queen E4, I think at this point already Black is playing for... Maybe Rook takes C7. Just take the pawn. Yeah, take the pawn on C7. Queen d4 though. Very accurate. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very accurate.
Maybe Queen f4 instead of Queen d4.
Kh1.
And now Queen d4.
No, then Rook c1. I'm nicely in control. Yeah, I think that keeps equality. That keeps equality. Yeah, but he has to find Queen g7 now. It's a very good move.
Yeah, Queen g7 or Queen g8.
Very good move.
Harika drawing against S.L in the other game. Setu, on the other hand.
Is Setu finally winning this position or not?
I don't know. It looks like he is. But
not
how?
easy though. Knight
How did he
e4
get
maybe,
here?
or because knight b5 I have king c4, yeah.
Yeah. And all
Wait,
the pawns.
a7 though, a7. Yeah, this wins. S1.
Oh, it's so straightforward. Yeah, and knight e4 also. Now what? C4 and b5.
Sorry, knight b5. He wants maybe e4. Now I understand. Maybe he wanted e4.
And it's not in time. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe is in time. I don't know. Not sure. But knight he's doing something smart. Going back and forth.
Gaining time.
What if now e4? What's the trick? King f4 or what? King f4 simply, yeah? Zugzwang simply. Oh, king e6. No, he's giving up the knight and just going with the king for the kill. That's of course the cleanest. Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I was telling you, this was very annoying, this position. White was dominating.
Setu wins, yeah, nice. So I think he'll be also coming in the first half of the board now. And who is playing still? Setu won. Lalit drew his game. Then you have Sankalp, who's come. Yeah, he lost to Gukesh. Arjun won against Aryan. Adivan is still playing, I think, against Karthikeyan Murli. And
yeah,
he's created himself some chances.
93.
Wow.
Rook h5. Knight d5.
95.
Very juicy position for
wow.
White. Knight f6.
Knight coming to f6.
Knight f6
wow.
and rook d5. Winning.
Oh, he blundered.
Yeah,
wow.
baby.
Yeah, completely winning for the one now.
That is how it's done. Lucky break for AD finally.
Yeah.
And look, Surya, you wanted him to win 20 minutes ago, yeah? But look at him. He's enjoying this game thoroughly. Completely winning still. Enjoying it. Every minute of this game.
Now, just as he spoke, he jinxed it.
Yeah, okay. He did have a good time though.
Harika drawing as well, I think.
Yeah, nothing's going on here, guys. Nothing's going on. SL, this is not the way to try and beat Harika.
Well, but you can try.
But this is not the way.
Oh, by the way, Karthikeyan resigned after 95 check. So AD wins his first game.
AD's first win, yeah.
Yeah, insane. Finally.
First, but not last.
Okay, so Balaji Surya has also won his game. Leon resigned. It's over. So I think we have almost all the results now. Abhimanyu is still playing against Ronak. He's completely winning.
Sorry, who is winning?
Abhimanyu against Ronak.
What do you mean winning? How is he winning?
I think he's pushing that one.
Wow.
How did that happen?
It happened from this queen g3. He found it. He found queen g7. And
but this rook game must be drawn, huh? I mean, it's completely drawn. What is this? What did he do with all the rook moves? Can you go back for a second? With the, yeah. So king b5 I like. G4. So why not just push the pawn for now? B3. It's a bit tricky, yeah? H4. King b4, h5, b2, b1, king c3, h6.
Yeah, he had to do this.
A little bit dangerous for black. I mean, it could be... Wait, what if I do? It's not so easy, yeah? It's not so easy. How do you make a draw, by the way? It's a nasty endgame, maybe.
Yeah, nasty.
You know what he had to do? Can you take a move back? He should go maybe some rook d2 type of move. Then go after the h pawn, g4, rook h2. Before he gets g4, h4, h5 in.
But it's kind of nasty to prioritize. Sorry, it's kind of nasty to. Sorry, it's kind of not easy to see it from here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you need to prioritize stopping the pawn. You first want to push your own pawn.
Obviously, I mean, it's very hard to understand that there's any danger. But the moment you see g4, h4, h5, suddenly you realize that, wait, how am I getting rid of this stuff? Oh, incredible, actually, that this is very, it's sort of a little bit unfair, yeah? The game was kind of balanced all the way. Suddenly, rook, drawn rook endgame was won. But it happens. That's what chess is about, using your chances whenever they appear.
Yeah, yeah. Abhimanyu, he wins a lot of games like this. He just finds his chances. There's still one more game going on, by the way.
Are you guys drawn, by the way?
But it's completely winning, by the way.
Yeah, it's completely winning, by the way. So that's a lot of decisive results in round 6.
Yeah. Setu winning as well, and so is Abhimanyu. Nice.
All the Indian players winning. Sorry, all of those who won are Indian.
Yeah, good day for Indian players.
Good day for Indian chess. Another good day for Indian chess.
All the old guns winning. Setu, Adivan,
That is true.
Surya.
That is true. It's a nice combo, you know, of the young generation, but also some good old, you know, like Lalit Babu as well, you know. Not forgetting the old guards. Not forgetting them.
Not, at least not all of them.
Well, and even those who are forgotten still invited to the commentary. So it's very nice.
Nice. I think Surya is in a clear lead now. So do you think, Anish, at this point, Surya is feeling a bit relaxed that he's almost sure to qualify?
Surya is never relaxed in a sense. If you see his games, I remember once he was the first round. He played the 2000 rated player who was a complete amateur who liked to play funky chess. And Surya had such sharp game with him, you know. He was there thinking, completely focused, some very complicated game, allow some g4, g5, total mess. Finally outcalculated him. And I'm going to say, Surya, just what are you doing? What are you doing? Can you just play normal and just these 2000? Can you just relax a bit? Keep it for round 3, your excitement. And he's like, no, but why? You know, this is like, I'm better at calculation, no? So I should show it. And I'm like, so Surya, you know, he's always like eager to go all out, no matter who he plays, when he plays. So I'm sure he's still focused, tense, and ready to keep striking.
I think all the games have finished now. Yeah, we have all the results. And I think the next round is going to be very interesting.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure. I think now because
are you saying it because you're a commentator or because you really think so?
No, I really think so, because I think I've been following these tournaments for a while now, you know, my channel. So I think like these guys are at each other's throats, right? It's usually the juniors, of course, but the people who have been playing for a while don't get as many chances as the juniors. So they must be striving to, you know, prove their point. Okay, we are just as good, if not better, for sure. So I think that's
we just lack the opportunities.
Yeah, so I think Surya will definitely show. Okay, so Srinath is, yeah, but you can definitely have your opportunity. I will love to see you in the next one. Srinath,
I'm begging for an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity for everyone else to watch Srinath play.
Yeah, true.
We hope we'll get it.
Yeah. I guess it's time.
Thank you.
I guess it's time for
support.
Yeah, time for the ad now, and we can take a short break. We'll be back very soon.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine-Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become.
I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back.
I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14. And I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well, really from the...
Welcome back, chat, for round 3 of day 2. We are This is a mind-blowing round. First of all, because we'll see some cracker of matches. Gukesh is playing Arjun. But before we start the round, a short reminder to everybody about the Great Indian Gaming League sponsored by a title sponsor, MPL. MPL, you can basically play a tournament, with different sports, for example, fantasy cricket and so on, with a prize fund of 2,000 crores. As we discussed, that's too many zeros for the panel on the commentary panel to analyze. And it is going to take place from 24th March to May 29th. So do check out the link and do participate. Welcome,
and thanks, Sahil. Thank you so much. And it does pay a lot to win in the fantasy games and stuff, because I did see a Reddit post today that Magnus is going to be the football manager of the Norwegian team. Now, today is a day where anything you hear, you take it with a pinch of salt. But it pays in other ways too. You don't just become the manager of the team, but you can win prizes. You can earn money.
True.
It literally pays sometimes.
True. And we have liftoff. We have all the games that have begun and players are playing really fast. They know the stakes have risen a bit because it's almost not halfway through just yet, but yeah, I think by the end of the day we'll be kind of halfway through. So we have a lot of exciting games. Which game shall we go to, Srinath?
Two games I'm really looking forward to. We have the Gukesh Arjun game on the screen, and then there's also the game between two massive favorites, S.L. and Surya. Surya didn't start the tournament as a favorite, but you can never write certain champions off, and Surya is one of them. He's bounced back spectacularly well, and he's leading the tournament very clearly.
Indeed. And if you go to the Gukesh game, he's just played Rookie 3, and so far as I understand, in this position, I think White would either try to attack on the king side or simply go d5 at the correct moment, sometimes even sacking a pawn with d5, ed5, and then e5 to create this, pawn mass on the king side and then play on the dark squares. I think we saw Vidit also play this against Duda, right? In the Grand Prix or somewhere, I think, or the RRC tournament. I'm not exactly sure about this.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very typical idea, very popular opening. And also, since Anish is not here in front of the camera, Magnus won a game against Anish in one of the champion chess tours in...
I'm sure he's listening. And if he's listening, then I guess we're going to have a nice comeback from Anish.
Oh, I really hope he's not listening, because the rest, I think then we can rename this stream as Srinath being roasted.
True. And apart from, I think, Gukesh against Arjun, as you clearly mentioned, Surya's game is also going to be very interesting now. We have a very modest setup so far, the bishop being on c1 by SL. But yeah, I think he has long-term plans. And Surya will definitely try to, if somehow Surya, I think he'll be aware of the league. So I think he definitely has some incentive. And as you know, each win, gathers some cash prize as well. So there's always incentive to win these games.
Absolutely. Cash prize of $150 per win. That's let's not go into the mathematics of it. Or Chad, you can come up with it. But yeah, that comes to around 11.5k Indian rupees, 11,500. And Surya is someone, again, who really rides the momentum. Once he has the momentum, he can play really well. He has won 4 games in a row. The first of those, initially he was in a bit of trouble in round 2 against Arjun. He managed to hold that, and then he defeated AD from a pretty equalish position. And from there on, he has been unstoppable so far. And the summer has started in India, so it's not a wonder that Surya is in blistering form.
By the way, I had a question for you, Sri. Like when people start playing chess, they're told as beginners that double pawns can be, very harmful to your chess. So why does, for example, Black not take on f4 in this case? So because, it will double White's pawns, the bishop is still blocked, so and the d4 pawn can be weak. So why does Black not take on f4 here?
Yes, but also when we have the bishops on the board, especially in this two bishops against bishop and knight, it's very valuable to have a bishop of a color which the opponent doesn't have. And in this case, playing bishop. Hi.
Anish, were you listening to the stream, by the way?
No, I was making a tea and I was choosing chocolates for so long that I missed the start of the round.
Oh, okay, because I think she had some statements he made, so I would love you to, if you could check it later on.
Sri again, behind my back. Always behind my back, yeah.
It's nothing important, Anish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nothing worth going back for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's very sus. Very sus. Okay, let me open this.
Yeah, it was one of those generic things, you know, about how white starts with the first move. It's not just enough to want to win and all those kind of stuff.
Investigation.
People always tend to exaggerate. The camera. Magnus won a game against Anish in one of the champion chess tours in.
I'm sure he's listening. And if he's listening, then I guess we're going to have a nice comeback from Anish.
I really hope he's not listening because the rest. I think then we can rename this stream as Srinath being roasted.
True.
Give you the timestamp. I kept Chessable a secret for chess tours in. Who gave you the timestamp?
The Great Indian Gaming League.
No, I'm just scrolling. Yeah.
MPL. With MPL, you can basically play a tournament. You know.
So much enthusiasm about MPL, Sahil.
But yeah, I am enthusiastic of many things actually, not just MPL. Surya will definitely try to,
Is it like the amount of your enthusiasm? Does it directly correspond to the amount of money you get or not?
Not really.
If someone offers prizes for 2,000 crores, I'd certainly be enthusiastic.
That's true. Absolutely true. Although still,
the thought of 2,000 crores, 2,000 crores is something I've literally never imagined in my life.
But still, I wouldn't, mention.
I'm afraid, to rewatch the roast here and somehow miss a new roast in my ear. Yeah, so it's very messy.
So it's always incentive to win these games. I think we'll stick to chess until Anish catches up. So yeah, maybe we can go to the Karthikeyan against Harika game, Sri, because sure. White has opened up his king side. So how do you think White can? Where does he put the king now, for example?
Where is the Karthikeyan? Here it is. Oh, this opening, the 4 knights. This is lane
A3. Yeah, it's a slightly it's a sideline compared to the main move C4. But not, of course, not entirely.
But it served its purpose, yeah, because Harika seems to have gone into deep thought after A3.
Interesting.
She spent like 237 seconds on this move. And it's like 25% of her time allotted.
Srinath thinks since he gets paid for the commentary, he might as well just work hard, yeah? Do some math.
The easier ones, at least.
Yeah.
Not involving crores.
Who is getting slaughtered there in the background? Do you hear it also?
Yeah, I also hear it.
So who is it? Is it Srinath?
I think
I'm not yet married.
Srinath's guest? that's why Srinath, because somebody keeps slaughtering people in your house. So nobody wants to live with you. I'm only coming if that monster is from the other rooms.
Okay, I think Srinath's prediction is actually going to be true now about the title change of the stream.
No, but seriously, there is some massive noise. Yeah, I don't know.
That's something from the apartment behind, but I think it should be better now because
it is yours. Yeah, it is your neighbor.
It's not my neighbor. It's the next apartment. So not literally my neighbor.
It's called neighbor. Srinath, next apartment is called neighbor in English.
Not literally the apartment. The next flat. The next building.
You mean you're in a flat building and this is another building. Okay.
Yeah, this is another building.
But it's very loud slaughtering because you hear even.
In India, people wash clothes manually by hitting the clothes on something. So that's
on your head, yeah. On the head of the viewers of Chess24 channel, makes sense. The clothes are getting cleaner for sure. You premium member? Sure.
Nice.
Subscribe to Aim Chess. Yeah.
One smack free, yeah, I guess.
For sure. Takes Queen E2. I once played such an endgame against Lupulescu. Slightly better endgame for White. But I think I didn't win, but I came very close. It was very nice endgame to play. But instead, he goes B3, more ambitious, trying to keep the queens on the board. Bishop before check becomes very tempting, of course, the first look. Very nice little tactic. I'm not sure it works. Is AB not possible? Or?
It's possible. It looks possible.
Yeah, I don't know if bishop before check actually makes sense. Anyway, you don't want to But maybe you can trade at castle. Probably not, yeah. Some c4 and it looks very bad.
Yeah, this looks strategically busted, yeah.
Yeah, so c4. No, I think check is tempting, but maybe should not be done.
Like
Sometimes
most
they do
tempting
f5.
things.
Sometimes, at some point. Maybe like bishop e7 first. But c4, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, the game in Abhijit versus Puranik is also quite sharp now. I think you have an interesting pawn on c6, which is, well, technically weak, and black has kind of expanded on the queen side quite a bit.
Another
theory, yeah.
Castles. Yeah, I guess.
Some kind of theory, but slightly unusual.
Is this though? I'm certainly not familiar with this.
Well, so bishop b5 check, 96 d5, bishop c3, bishop d2, queen a5, rook b1 a6. That's theory. Now there is take on c6. There's also bishop a4.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, is it true? Rook b.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Is it
I
rook
have
b1?
seen bishop c6, but
No, bishop a4. Yeah, it's also played. Yeah, I think it was rook b1. What else?
okay. By the way, guys, also a quick update. In one of the games, White is completely winning. Like it's totally winning, and it's a game between Raunak against Sankalp. Sankalp played a5 here, which was not a great move. Although he was already in a bit of trouble, he was under some pressure, but a5 really lost it. He just missed knight into a5, knight into a5, bishop into b4 check, and now he's thinking, but I don't think any amount of thought is going to help him here.
Is Sankalp struggling in the event?
Yeah, he lost the previous two games. He's lost all the games today so far, and it looks like
he visibly struggles.
Set in.
Visibly struggles, yeah.
So this is going bad for Sankalp, and the game between Inian and Lalit is also quite interesting. Lalit has sacrificed an exchange, but I don't see the compensation.
Can you show me how he sacrificed it? Because very often they blunder it, and then afterwards.
I didn't see it. It was somewhere here. Oh, bishop.
Yeah, it was blundered. I mean, it was not. I don't think it was sacrificed.
So he just blundered.
He missed bishop
exchange, and now he's
I mean, he has
fast.
light square control, which is really nice. His diagonal is superb, but it's not worth. Like if he had a pawn, it would be good, but not worth a full exchange, I think. Usually, you want such kind of compensation for a pawn, then you're really happy. But otherwise, not enough, I think.
Yeah,
true.
Oh.
So
I think danger for Harika there. Not sure. Not liking what her she has got herself into.
Yeah, the king on d8 looks very. White's king is kind of safer, much safer.
Yeah, the difference in king safety is just tremendous.
She went for f5 right away, yeah.
But I can understand because I can understand why she did that, because what else do you play? It's not so easy to solve problems because c4 is coming.
Bishop e7, yeah.
But then after c4, what? I don't want to retreat. I actually wasn't sure what to play here. I wasn't happy at all with the position. There has to be some strong move.
You can go queen b6, no?
c4, 93?
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't go c4. I can defend the e3 square first. Queen, some d3 or something.
Yeah, now f1.
But it still looks not great, no? This position. Bishop b2.
Yeah. It doesn't look great, but I think
better than the other because you don't have queen h5 check, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, as early as bishop a6, I think the bishop a6 is not maybe the best move. I don't think bishop a6 is good.
By the way, Surya did take on f4 now. I guess he's the leader, so that game automatically becomes quite important.
This is so complicated strategically. This is such a complicated decision always to take on f4 or not. These double pawns are very effective because the f3 pawn dominates the f6 knight, and the other pawn is kind of ready to be advanced a little bit with f5. And so when you go f5 and let's say g4, g5 later, you've got the pawn assault, yet you have that one pawn on f3 holding back the e4 and g4 square, which is really nice. So I think very dangerous positions for black, these kind of positions.
By the way, this move c4, Anish, like, do you think strategically like to go c4? Because now
I think the problem was he didn't know what to do, because if you go cd, I'll go knight e2, my knight on d4 will be beautiful in front of the isolated pawn. If you don't go cd, you don't go c4, then what do you do? How do you exploit the tension?
True.
In c4, you determine at least the pawn structure, and you want to go b5 in one go later, b5, b4. I think it's a reasonable decision.
It doesn't feel easy to play this at all with black.
Yeah,
I think he might be already worse at this point, exactly.
Yeah, at least practically. But what he did, it makes perhaps the best practical sense. You generate some kind of counterplay. And what do you do against knight b5 now? Queen b6.
Knight b5. Why did you do that?
You want to make knight b5 work, but you want to prepare it, yeah?
Well, I mean, I think you can go knight b5 and then
B6.
come back later, and you'll have to go back. But maybe you can start with a4. I guess also possible.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you want to stop b5, right? And if a6, you've got a5, so you stop the fluidity of the pawns. You make sure they are not running to support the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
I like this bishop on e4. It's pretty classy solution, because now whenever you take, I undouble my pawns very nicely.
Yeah. 3 pawns in the center then.
Kind of nice there, controlling the center.
True.
Harika Singh went to c7 now. So
by the way, very cool idea by Arjun. Wait, where is his, what is this? A piece? No, it's not hanging. Rook c7. Oh yeah, rook c7. Very cool. Queen f4, bishop c6.
Probably he just knows this already. I mean, not this exact position, but
No,
b5, b4 is pretty...
It is genius. b5, b4? But wait, rook on e3 is also rare. Why it started with doing something strange with rook e3, and that's why black... usually you go rook a d1, yeah? First. Rook c8, bishop
you go rook
b3,
a1 first usually.
and then later you go rook e3. So he played rook e6, which is like an interesting idea. Trying to accelerate that idea with rook e3, maybe even not yet to determine the rook from a1, maybe to place it on e1 later. And then
most likely he just did this over the board, I think, Gukesh, knowing what I know about him. And also looking at the clock.
Throwing some shade there towards one of your non-students. Very classy. Very classy.
It's not a shade, Anish.
just because somebody doesn't work with you, Srinath, doesn't mean that he knows nothing about openings, right?
True. But rook e3 seems like an over the board move.
I mean, I've seen it played before, but yeah, it could be inspiration. I think once you trade queens, you kind of lose the ambition for this game. And the question is only after queen b6, knight b6. The question is probably only if black has anything more than equality, or if it's equality. I don't think black runs any risk at all here. Maybe white also doesn't. Maybe it's just equal. a5, a4, a4. Yeah, bishop a2. Black has some potential. Bishop a6. I don't know. Some a pawn is kind of there,
but it's very small. Yeah,
very small. But normally speaking, it has to peter into some sort of draw. Yeah, of course. You have a central pawn. He has a side pawn, but sometimes black gets to keep the outside passer, and it gets dangerous. Maybe some take bishop c4. You know.
Yeah.
If anyone is black, I think who has some chances here. So another good game for Arjun. I think Arjun nicely on fire. He played this Tarash, yeah? Interesting choice. Did he watch one of these chessable? There are two chessable courses on Tarash, right? On semi-Tarash.
I know the one by Surya.
There's also one by Dominguez. Did you know that?
I don't think he watched that.
I'm not even sure if it's out. I think it's out. Yeah, I think it's out. By the way, how did Surya get his pawn to b5? I don't understand.
What?
How did that happen?
F5, a6.
Oh. But come on, you go a5. You don't even think about anything else. How can you not play a5?
Not all Narayanans think alike.
Wow. He thought queen f4. He thought queen f4 and he missed something. He thought that after queen f4 the rook is trapped there, but I don't have to take on f4. Maybe that's what he missed. I don't know. Maybe queen b6 or something.
And now a5 queen e7. But this gives really nice counterplay for Surya.
I mean, it is huge to get b5. It's just enormous. I mean, if you go a5 instead of f5, it's just like such a massive shift in a position, and it's really incredible that he got that in for free. After a6, a5, he would be really struggling to find the counterplay, and it would be a completely different game. Black being completely on the ropes here.
Yeah, things sometimes go away. I think when you are in charge of the tournament, sometimes it's all things go your way, and yeah, this might be one of those cases.
But this is incredible. I mean, 99 out of 100 games, White would play a5 without doubt.
Yeah, very curious decision by S.L.
It must be some sort of an oversight.
Very, very curious.
He still has some activity, of course. Bishop f4 coming, unlike queen g5, trying to create something. But just now he has strategic responsibility. He has to come up with something before Black runs his pawns down. In the other position, he could just take as much time as he wants. Black wasn't doing anything of his own. So.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem totally happy either in the camera. Yeah.
Wait, does he sack?
I mean, now it's just neutral.
What is he sacks as well? Something? Wow.
Yeah, no, Bishop.
S.L. also didn't expect that. He took it instantly.
Surya?
Yeah, he took it instantly. Yeah,
but why did he play queen
1
b6?
second? He spent 1 second on
Well, when he played queen b6, he determined, yeah, because the rook no longer had squares. He didn't have to go queen b6. I don't know why he went queen b6. He could play rook b6. Can we go back to that moment where he went queen b6? Yeah, you can play, let's say, rook b6, bishop f4, queen d8, yeah? Or the other order, queen d8 first. And what? And what? Okay, bishop f4, rook b6, maybe he thought rook a8. White is active, I understand. But okay, I have options. I can play b4 or... I have a lot of options. Yeah, very peculiar decision, a little bit panicky. He trusted the S.L, so he kind of trusted him on his 5 queen g5 operation and just gave an exchange.
But also very fast, yeah.
And when you're in good form, sometimes you play quickly, sometimes a little too quickly even. You're very confident in your judgment.
Also, a quick update on 2 of the games. Inian did win his game against Lalit, so that's his first win in this tournament. And Raunak defeated Sankalp, so Raunak gets his 4th win of the tournament. That's 4 wins and 3 losses.
Yeah, wins are good with the current system. Losses are not so important. So as long as you keep winning, I think still should be good.
Yeah, but it's nicer if you get those wins and not have those losses.
You start talking like Arjun, Srinath. But for most people, it's not like that. Yeah, you can't have it all for most people. It's only you and Arjun who get everything they want in life.
It's like those self-help books, right? You write down what you want, and then the universe conspires to, help you achieve it.
Yeah, just imagine this chat on WhatsApp between Srinath and Arjun. Arjun's like, I want to score +7 in my next tournament. Srinath's like, sure, I want to get a commentary gig again. And and just like life keeps giving them these things. And it's just incredible.
Nice.
That's how it works. Now Queen F4.
Black is very pinned, dear friends, very pinned. And these pawns, the C and B pawns, they are kind of going to fall. Like it's pretty clear that they're very likely going to fall, like ripe apples.
Ripe mangoes.
Sorry, I forgot we are watching Indian tournament, and every fruit we talk about has to be a mango.
Absolutely.
No, I do love both though. So I think we all.
Yeah, but do you really take apple lassi over mango lassi? Not really, right?
I mean, but lassi is not my favorite choice anyway. So I think overall, I think I do eat more apples than mangoes. So
please don't say that. Your safety in your in your hometown suddenly.
But okay, there's no slaughter going on in the neighborhood, yeah, so it's all fine.
Well, because nobody said that they don't like mangoes.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Nice.
Arjun is smiling on the pressure. Yeah, it seems
Arjun.
like he's got something against Gukesh.
I don't know. The knight d3. Why not knight f3? Ooh, was he afraid of rook b2? He was. He thought rook b2. I think black will play for a win. But I told you, it's a very comfortable position for black when you know that you're not risking anything anywhere anyhow, and you know that yeah, you can just press for free. Bishop a6 or what?
c5.
Bishop c4, bishop b1, bishop b5.
Can you hold like this?
No, we'll find out. But it's a yeah, especially because rook b8, b2 is coming. It's a long way to go. Yeah, I think you have to go passive first, and then no fun.
Wow, we started a apple versus mango in the chat.
Apple. Normally it's apple versus Samsung, and now it's apple versus mango.
Would you go rook d8 though instead of bishop a6? Attacking d4.
Yeah, maybe no need to be flashy. Yeah, just
bishop a8. No need to be flashy. You just said that, and then he goes bishop a8.
Too deep. No, I see the point. He wants to move out of knight c5. Very deep move.
He wants to move out of knight c5 and make it harder for Gukesh to find a move with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and Arjun usually gets what he wants. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, important game of Surya. Yeah, it seems that if he is going to lose this one, he's losing the lead as well. So that's something.
Yeah, and also Puranik seems to be winning against Abhijit Gupta. He has a clear pawn up, a bishop against Abhijit's
How did that
knight.
happen?
It just happened.
Did you see how the king suddenly went active?
We were at this point, yeah, and already black had won a pawn. So white just misplayed this opening, and
but in here I thought when I saw this that it's pretty drawish. Let's say knight c5, bishop c4, king e1. But yeah, king comes very fast. King c7, king c6, king c5. It's just walking down, and suddenly white is in quite some trouble.
Yeah, the momentum. He just got the momentum. And if Abhimanyu wins this, he will catch up with Surya. Surya has to then...
I don't know, very or not, but still drawish, I think. King f6 maybe, yeah, just or rook a7.
It's quite far from drawish, no? I mean, it's 4 versus 3. And with a pawn here.
Yeah, what I kind of want to accomplish is I want to attack your b5 pawn, protect my a3 pawn.
But you're not Arjun.
Yeah. Okay, this is dangerous. Bishop f5 might win on the spot.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I was thinking something like king b, let's say 4. Not sure. Bishop c4 or something like this. The problem is if you get a rook and g4 against 3, let's say you go knight d4. Let's say rook a4, king c5, rook a3. For argument's sake, take. With the king so far away, cut off, you probably completely lost. Yeah, rook c2, just you cut off and just completely lost, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's
seems so.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. Arjun is meanwhile. Is Arjun just winning or? Looks kind of
winning. Is certainly under intense pressure.
Also clock, also position. Rook a4. There is knight c3.
This is very
looks lost to me.
Especially with the clock, I think for sure. Harika is still holding on somehow. I think she's blocked the bishop on b2 temporarily, but
Well, I think she's holding on in such way that, let's say, the game goes on, but her position remains terrible because the king it's like, it's structurally weak. It's not going to ever be safe anywhere.
True. Exactly.
There's not a place. The pawn structure is such that wherever you bring the king, it's kind of weak, especially on the queen side in the center. So I think she's kind of struggling on, but essentially the game is kind of decided here. Just very unpleasant, very bad. Just the opening disaster.
True.
By the way, Surya got to keep the pawns. Got to keep the pawns, by the way. How? How did the guy escape the queen trade?
He just went queen b6. He just went all the way back. I guess SL should have followed him with queen c7.
But he thought some queen b8, maybe.
But you don't mind this position.
Bishop f5. Bishop a6 also. Okay, bishop a6 you have rook q1, but bishop f5. I'm not gonna hold this. I'm not gonna hold it easily. Like, am I even worse? Why am I worse?
I don't know. I thought I could go here and have a look.
But how? But like, you are like, imagine 2 pieces for rook and exchange. Yeah, like it's. No, I don't think you are even better. I mean, just completely fine.
Yeah, but
it's something else. I thought. Rook c4 first, maybe. If already you do this, bishop a6. Yeah, maybe is.
Yeah, bishop.
But now, what about bishop this? 7, knight d7 or what?
Can I just take first?
Yeah, this is unclear. So I shouldn't do this. What was my previous move? Could I take on before? Ah, no, c6 was saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so it got very messy. And what did he play?
He just took this to unmess things. And now he went.
Oh, because he cannot take on c4 because of bishop b5 again, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
That's but it's not so clear enough, the bishop e5. I mean, I don't see why this is so clear.
It's not. It's not. This game is pretty
it's very messed up. I don't know what's going on. Maybe white is still better. I don't know. What about Arjun? Is Gukesh is fighting, by the way. Gukesh looks very fighting now.
He played knight to e5.
Good move.
And
yeah, he's fighting.
Gukesh is not easy to beat.
He's fought back on many occasions, I think, against Arjun now. By now, he was, I think, a piece down. He somehow held on, I think, in some GM tournament. So I think he's still fighting back against Arjun, especially.
True, yeah, they have had a lot of games between themselves as well, and in general also Gukesh is very resilient.
That's true. I remember that from when I played with him for the same team at this Indian league, and
yes.
He was very resourceful. Even when he was losing, he was struggling until the very end. That's very important. Very important quality of a good player.
Yeah, and he also is successful at saving a lot of pawns. It's very tricky.
Yeah. Many youngsters are, yeah? They're very fighting.
Yeah, I think, you could say all youngsters are, but also Gukesh, he was popular for just not using his computer, not using an engine, for many years of his career. And for many years, his opening repertoire was completely raw, and he used to play only one opening, Kings Indian and Sveshnikov with black. So he's gotten himself into a lot of bad positions from the opening, but then it's far from easy to close it out.
They're not such bad openings, by the way. Rajabov used to do that as well. His almost entire life, Kings Indian and Sveshnikov. Could be worse.
True.
But it's true that at the start of your career, it's not that crucial, yeah, to be booked up with all the. Oh, by the way, the interesting developments in Gupta game. The a pawn somehow passed the a4 mark. I don't know how.
At the cost of a pawn.
Like that.
Yeah.
Why did he put rook on d8 with black? Ah, okay, king was on b2. I see, I see. Yeah, he wanted to get some tempi with e5. Makes sense. Yeah, now it's very interesting because he's lost one more pawn, so he's like 4 against 2 there, which is the end. And the a pawn, I don't think it's going too far. It will stop at a7. Maybe bishop a8 to make sure there is no f3 business. Because f3 would kind of change the situation quite a bit, yeah. If I'm in time to go f3 and then try to queen my pawn.
True.
You could maybe do the same with also king f5, yeah?
Because you don't want to waste time dropping back the bishop, yeah. Also knight d3 was kind of a move. I mean, especially after bishop a8. Bishop f1. It makes no sense at all, no? Bishop belongs on the long diagonal. I don't see the point. It's a crazy move. Bishop f1.
He's just stopping knight d3 related stuff.
Yeah, I understand, but I really wouldn't think that's the priority, but okay. So what if I go a5, a6? But it kind of pains me to see that there's no bishop guarding the a8 square. Also,
yeah, it feels wrong.
Feels very wrong.
Rook e1. Bishop c4 a6.
Yeah, and now the bishop cannot even reach the long diagonal. I mean, it's very strange. Okay, you can try to bring.
Why did you do this?
It's a very strange way of trying to win this. Yeah, I mean f4 maybe first. Maybe I can toss in an f4 as well. Not sure about king e6 on many levels. Yeah, I think very strange.
This has been a tendency in Abhimanyu's game in the recent past. He has struggled with good positions, closing them out, converting them.
But this was just very odd. I mean, it was not easy anyway, but to transfer the bishop to c4, that's maybe it's not so bad. I see the bar is not hating it, but it's just very unusual. That's all I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, he's king and rook.
Intuitively, it doesn't feel right, yeah, to have this bishop.
But his king and rook, they do control the pawn. If you go to a7, I will pick it up eventually with king d6, king c7, all that. And my bishop guards the b5 and the f7 pawn. So yeah, it's an interesting construction, but it's not the most obvious one.
But the Arjun pawn has already reached a2, by the way. It's already reached a2, and yeah, it's looking more and more serious now.
How do you
knight g1 is there, yeah? Knight g1 is there.
Knight g1, I guess. You can get the e2 square.
But knight d5, knight c2, maybe I have some ideas. The problem with these positions is if white misses one tactic, it's the end of the game, yeah?
Yeah. True. Rook b2 here, for instance.
It's just very nasty because there are all these little tricks. And it's also so easy and like so clean for black because he has nothing to worry about. He just has one extra pawn. He's the only one with an asset.
Okay. It's not losing, yeah?
Rook
b3, rook a2. Rook c1.
This is, by the way, how lost is this? Completely lost? Probably, yeah? Yeah, it must be lost.
I'm very curious. Maybe, he went knight e3.
Must be lost.
Yeah.
Rook b4.
Just go knight e2,
rook
knight
a8 check, yeah? Rook b4, rook a8 check, is there?
Yeah.
And then move the knight back. Or forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Knight e2, knight c3, like you said at some point. That's going to be a thing.
I was wondering, you can't do it right away again because of this check.
Exactly. Can we see 1 second Adiban's game? I just was curious what's going on. This was very cool. He gave a bunch of pawns for this massive d pawn. I don't know what is it now.
I think I'm just throwing this out. I think AD will win this one.
But look at the clock though. I don't think AD likes the 30 seconds on the clock. I don't like the clock situation. It's a very, and also, you know, these positions, the pressure is on you. You have to show what you've got for these pawns. You have to kind of do the right thing. Maybe takes and rook e2 just, or I think he'll take and rook e2. I think he will do that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think AD might just strike, yeah, because I think he has the flow now. He won the last game and he would love to continue.
Bishop e5. He goes for bishop
But
e5.
what, like flow with 14 seconds? Who has flow with 14 seconds? Bishop h6?
He took the pawn now.
Which flow?
What did he do? Why would he just give up the h6 pawn?
He has 14 seconds. 14 seconds. He just wants to make flow. Maybe it's some sort of
the
a
flow
draw.
in the wrong direction.
Yeah, true. I think
Maybe it's just a forced draw. Ah, bishop e3. Guys playing for a win. Wow, very nice, very nice. Giving
I think AD was just calculating different things, and then he saw he has 4 seconds, and then he just made this.
Oh, that's why I said you guys talking about some kind of flow. The guy has 14 seconds. He's there almost having heart attack.
Bishop at c3. See, this is the flow.
Yeah, baby. Very nice. BC Ruko 83. Very nice. Very nice. Wow.
He was setting this up.
Yeah, of course. I knew I knew that he will not make draw. I knew that. I was playing for a win like this. Yeah. I know him, Aryan. By the way, guys, tell the viewers who are not familiar with Aryan Chopra, because I'm sure there might be such. Tell us what you know about Aryan Chopra.
Yeah, Aryan, I think I mentioned yesterday he was one of the few players who got the GM title in like 50 tournaments overall. Like I think it was the least number in all these players. I think it took like 50 tournaments from unrated to GM. And he plays very few tournaments, but he plays really well, I think, as far as I know. And I think he's not as popular as Nehal or I think Arjun was almost just as strong. But yeah,
what
right
age
now.
Is he?
Sorry?
What is his age?
He's a bit older, right? I think he's 19, 20 as far as I'm not sure. I have to check this one though.
Yeah, he's a bit older.
Yeah, he's 20. He's 20. Yeah, he's 20. He's 20.
He's also not as active. In fact, his FIDE rating was inactive till yesterday. It got active again today, but he was literally off the list. So he doesn't play a lot. Meanwhile, guys, I think SL is closing this out, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe we should stay on this one and see how this turns out.
And it looks very good already. I mean, Queen of 8 also very sad.
Arjun is also completely winning now, I think.
Oh yeah, Rook C3 check is there. It just wins. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's some kind of a thing that whenever I see a game of Arjun, he always wins. Seriously, always. I haven't yet seen a game he didn't win. Like, I just never saw a game that he didn't win.
Adiban, by the way, looks very good on my channel.
Wow.
Where you'll see me beating him. There's an Instagram reel.
I heard some scripted video where you played some one bullet game and you won. Looked very scripted. And also, I think Arjun, he WhatsApped you before. He wants to beat you 19-1, and yeah, he did. So
it was hyper bullet though, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Ultra
bullet, yeah.
Okay, I mean something to give Srinath one win.
One Instagram reel.
AD is crushing, yeah. After all,
yeah.
Very, very nice. Very clutch.
I called it.
Yeah, you guys were saying that he is cruising in control, and he was there with 40 seconds about to lose on time. But actually, it
was all a ploy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he heard us. He heard us somehow.
So what will the standing be? Is AD in a shot with a shot to qualify, or still too far away?
It's very unlikely because only the top one qualifies. You have to win it to qualify to the CCT.
You said 8, right?
The top 8 qualifies to the next event.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I don't think he was going to be top 1 with the start, but top 8 should be possible for him, yeah?
Yeah, top 8 should be quite possible.
For sure.
It's a long tournament. Right now, Sankalp is at the bottom of the standings, and Harika is also struggling a bit.
I think Sankalp also, the 2 games I saw today, like it looked like he also, he didn't play his best chess. So he did seem to struggle for a reason. Rook h6 very nice, Queen h5, yeah.
Nice.
Did seem to struggle for a reason, yeah. So I guess slowly the outsiders have kind of crystallized, yeah. Probably it's Sankalp and Harika that are a little bit less confident overall in this field.
Yeah. I think we have most of the results now also. I think Luke has
Only
won.
one game going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So,
SLN's won as well. And then, yeah, Karthikeyan has also won against Harika. Then you have Adiban winning against Arin. Arin has resigned already. Against Gukesh. Then you have, Abhijit Gupta still playing, but yeah, he's still worse. He's trying to fight on. Yeah, I think that's the only game remaining now.
Yeah, and not a single draw in this round.
Yeah, true.
Fighting chess, guys. Fighting chess.
The fighting chess index. What's your rank out there, Anish?
My what? Fighting chess
you're
index?
fighting, yeah?
Not too high. Not at the very bottom. I would think I'm
Mid-level,
like
yeah?
out of 10, I would be like 7th, I guess. That's more or less where I stood last time on the fighting chess index. It's not too high because, of course, there are, compared to many others, I don't have that many resulting games. I have wins and losses. I had quite a lot, but still you had people who had either more wins or more losses and so on. And also my length of my games, yeah, it's not particularly, I mean, it's not too short, but also it's not like I'm playing every game, which is like it's a marathon. Somehow.
Also, I was curious. I wanted to ask you this: how do you feel about this new format and the impact of it? Do you think people are, getting more ambitious with Black, for example, in general?
Yeah, I think that actually, if you look at the standing in the end, it doesn't have that much of an impact. It has a bigger psychological impact that you feel that you have to somehow win. But in the end, if you see, actually, the standing, which would be traditional, would be very similar to the actual standing with the 3 points for win system. So, but you do feel the urge to play for a win much more. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially one thing I noticed is perhaps with Black against someone slightly lower rated. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if it's an actual thing.
That's for sure. And there are so little outsiders that you always want to try and use your chances when you face someone who is slightly less experienced. And that actually creates the opposite effect, that these people get more and more chances. Yeah, Puranik is going to convert this one.
Which makes it a very crowded leaderboard. There's Surya, Leon, who won a very nice game against Setu, which we couldn't cover a lot this round. And Arjun is back. And also Abhimanyu, who with this win will join first place.
Guys, a very exciting tournament. I will be back with you some other time. For today, I'm signing off. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for joining us, Anish.
Thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you for the
Absolute
lessons,
pleasure.
Grandmaster Srinath and National Master Sahil. It's been, as always, very eye-opening.
I'll catch up with you in the Grandmaster bar at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to join, but they'll ask me some puzzle which I won't be able to solve at the door. So unfortunately, I'll not be there.
Sahil, no, don't worry. Everybody wants to be at your NM man cave where you live. That's the place to be. Yes.
Thanks for joining, Anish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, thanks to Anish for joining us. It was amazing to interact with him. And, his analysis is for sure top-notch.
Absolutely. His analysis was top-notch and also a lot of fun being roasted.
True. Yeah. I think he'll definitely go back and check. He was in a bit of a hurry while he was checking it on stream. He was confused too. Should I listen to the actual stream?
I need to fortify my Twitter.
True. I think you need to do a preemptive strike or something, maybe.
You really love your controversies, don't you, Sahil?
No, I just bask at them because I think, chess community can be sometimes, it can be dull. So when there's a controversy, I surely, I will not really be a part of it, but I'll surely enjoy with the popcorn or something. I don't know. By the way, we have the standings so far. And as you can see, Surya Ganguly with 14 points, tied with Leon, tied with Arjun, tied with Abhimanyu. This is turning out to be a very difficult tournament for everybody, very close-knit. There is no clue so far who will actually be the one to qualify directly. What do you think, Srinath, so far? Like, who is your favorite? I think who's been playing the best chess according to you?
I think Arjun still stays the favorite, and he's really upped his game on day two, three wins out of three. But Surya has shown some amazing flow, and Abhimanyu has also been pretty impressive. He's playing, the format suits him, the style suits him, and he also has collected a lot of wins today. Leon has been very impressive. I wouldn't still call him a favorite because his wins have, I think his wins have come more when his opponent has tried to overpress so far. But having said that, taking nothing away from him, he's still the contender.
True. With that, guys, I think we'll take a short break. Adivan is also, caught up in this tournament, so it's going to be a fantastic final round of day two. We'll be back after a short break.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine-Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all.
It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. You know, once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back for the final round, and it's all at stake. You know, after day 2, who will be at the top? We are back to the MPL Indian Chess Tour. A quick shout out to MPL for sponsoring this event. You know, you can check out the Great Indian Gaming League sponsored by MPL, where you can win a total of 2,000 crores. Okay, I can count them, but I don't have enough fingers to count the zeros. I'm lacking a few, so definitely check them out. It's a great event. So back to our tournament right now today, where, you know, round 8 is going to begin in a few, I guess, just a minute now. So Srinath, who do you think will finally take the lead? We have a 4-way tie for first place. Who will be the one who will shine in the final round today?
Actually, we should have a poll on this, Sahil, because it's thrilling, it's exciting. We have Ganguly, we have Leon, we have Abhimanyu and Arjun. Arjun has the white pieces against Ronak, and this is going to be an exciting match. Arjun on fire with 3 out of 3 wins, but Ronak not an easy opponent for anyone in general. And Surya plays against Karthikeyan Murli with the white pieces. I think Surya will start that one as the favorite because he has the white pieces. Leon against S.L. Narayanan. And S.L. has been incredibly solid so far. He has not lost a single game, 2 wins and 5 draws. Not the best for a format with 3 points for a win, but that's how you play chess in general. You win games, you don't lose, and you have a pretty good score. And Abhimanyu also on fire. 4 wins in a row. He lost against Karthikeyan Murli, then he defeated Aryan Chopra, and then he defeated Gukesh and Ronak consecutively. And now he has defeated Abhijit Gupta. He has the white pieces against Inian, who is, I think, the last seed in this tournament, and he will also start as the favorite. So chat, what do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, I think. And to be honest, If I was any of the leaders, I would love to finish on a high note on day 2, because that's going to give me momentum for day 3. I'll be the guy who'll be on the top of the table halfway through, confident with my abilities. I think that's very important. Although there'll be many on breathing down their neck, of somebody who's just half 1 point behind. So we'll have a lot of fun seeing who will actually try to, outbid these guys somehow in a way. And so which game are we going to focus the most, Shri? What do you think? Which game is going to be the most exciting one?
I think all 4 games, but I would start with Arjun against Ronak, see how the opening goes. And Ganguly against Karthikeyan. And Adiban against Gukesh is an exciting one too. Adiban, a very loyal guy, a very, very loyal guy.
And the games have begun, by the way. The games have indeed begun. So maybe we can have a brief look at the game of, Arjun against Ronak. That might be a good start.
And we have it on the screen. It's the London system. Arjun started with the London system. Was there intentional side?
No, not really. I did not see the position, by the way. I must fully admit this. It was purely because of the name Erigesi Arjun versus Ronak Sadhwani. No opening choice. I did not see, but yeah, it's a happy accident, by the way. So I will take it as it comes.
Nice. So a quick roundup on the openings in all the important games. Now, this has started with the London system. Black will go knight c6, bishop d6, and it's one of the main lines, one of the options in the London system. At least that's what I expect. And in the Adiban Gukesh game, which I'm really excited and looking forward to, because Gukesh exhibits a lot of qualities that kind of set AD apart as well when AD was in best form. And this has started with the closed Sicilian, AD starting with 1e4, which is why I called him very loyal, Knight c3, against knight c3, actually knight c6 is a very, very useful move compared with d6. You can do a lot of tricks as white, but with knight c6, a lot of it gets prevented. And this variation with bishop b5, knight d4, bishop c4, e6, not really a big danger for black. Black is usually pretty okay objectively from the opening. Knight e2, knight f6, castle. And here usually a6 is an important and useful move. And in some cases, black starts it without playing e6 as well, so that you can, go b5, bishop b7, get that quick development going. So AD has just got himself
where there's an opening trap, I think, after d5. As far as I remember, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it could be. It could be.
E5, e5. Maybe the knight is on f. E5, knight takes d4, c takes d4, knight d5, something like this. If I'm not mistaken, and then queen goes to h5, something like this. And
bishop e6,
and then rook e1. It's not easy to defend. As far as I remember, I think there is some opening trap like this, and this is not easy to defend for black. But yeah, I mean, regardless, I think this opening would be very interesting. Both sides. Yeah, very, very, AD just wants to win today, I feel somehow, because if AD does not manage to win, like he will somehow spoil his flow, as we discussed, and he really wants to maintain that flow. With 2 wins in a row, I think AD is on a roll, and he would like to continue like that. So let's see how it goes.
Something very interesting happened because he played knight c6, and then he went back with knight c6. Wow. And then after d4, c into d4, knight into d4, d6, we have the classical Sicilian Sozin variation. After 8 moves, which usually comes from this move order after 6 moves. And they have reached this point. Pretty interesting.
The bishop and the knight have danced around a bit, so that's the lost time there, but otherwise the position being very similar. And what else game is there? So we have very interesting openings there.
We have Ganguly and Karthikeyan with the King's Indian defense. Karthikeyan has opened with the King's Indian defense against Ganguly.
Interesting.
The King's Indian defense, where after castle, the main move is knight c6, kind of prompting white to close the center, so black can start advancing on the king side with f5 and all these moves. But he goes with knight a6, which is not as popular, but also a well-known move. The point being that you want to kind of focus all your counterplay on the e4 point, rook e8, bishop f1, c6, and then the knight gets to c5. So a pretty interesting opening in the Surya game. And if we complete our roundup of the leaders' openings, then it's Leon against SL, where Leon has started to think a bit too early. This is the semi-Slav setup with c6, d5, e6. You have both the pawns on c6 and e6. So kind of a mixture of Slav and Queen's gambit. It gives you the semi-Slav. And out here, White has these two moves, Queen c2 and Bishop d3. And in general, Black waits for the White bishop to develop before taking Dane to c4. This is what happened in the game. And then Black wants to get this pawn on b5, this pawn on c5, and develop this bishop from b7 to complete a nice, compact, and amicable development. So a6, castle, rook d1. Black is waiting for b5 now because you can't follow it up with c5 immediately because of related tactics. So he goes queen c7. And after knight e4, I think White always White still has a bit of an edge here as long as Black doesn't get b5 c5.
By the way, what do you think is the reason for Leon falling back in time in almost all the games? Because this is it's kind of a tradition, right? Because if it happens in a couple of games, you kind of brush it off, like, okay, maybe the position is complicated, I was not familiar. But now, for example, even in an opening position, he's down on time, 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes are invaluable in the last, few moves. So do you think this is like something he has to work on, or is he, if he's just a bit rusty, or maybe his opening prep is not up to the mark? What is the case? What do you think, Sri?
I wouldn't use the word up to the mark. I think Leon is relatively younger than the other kids, and the younger you are, the less information you have, the less you know overall. You develop amazing skills. So there is this distinction between knowledge and skill. You develop amazing, fast, razor-sharp skills, but you know less in general because you just haven't spent that many years in the grind. And when you know relatively less, you have to take that much more time. It's often a question of taking time and making quality moves, or losing that, gaining that speed by playing with quality. And this is a very common thing with a lot of young players. That's why Nihal also takes a lot of time. And someone like Arjun, he has spent a bit of time in the circuit now, so he comes with that kind of confidence. And it's also his style of play. He prefers to have time. He gets a bit panicked when he has less time. And so you can kind of divide it into two groups of people. People, who don't mind being low on time. They're quite confident of their blitz skills to bail them out. And people, who prefer to keep that time. And they're not so great at time trouble, even if they're great blitz players, because they're simply not being used to that.
True.
But in general, with younger people, they do need that bit of time.
By the way, in the Arjun against Ronak game, I think Black managed to show off the light square bishop now. And do you think White has any serious attacking chances in this position with h4, h5, or is this just going to be, rooks straight down the c file and we have some endgame? What do you think here?
It looks like Black needs a lot of time to trade everything down the c file. Like this takes one move, and then two, move the queen. So it takes a total of 4 moves. And even if everything gets traded down, the danger for Black to watch out is threats on the dark squares, especially this g5 point. Let's say queen h6, knight g5. And the prospect of a bishop appearing in one of these vulnerable dark squares. So it's definitely not straightforward for Black. It's not as simple as trade the rooks and you equalize. Black has to be careful.
And the knight on d7 is a bit, lacking decent squares for now. I think the knight would maybe be somewhere else better placed, but for now it's not having too many squares, I think.
Yeah, the game started as a London system, but it has kind of, I think, transposed towards a French defense in terms of the structure. And Arjun didn't mind losing this light square bishop because as yet, this bishop is kind of watching an empty diagonal. Like let's imagine that you have this amazing tank, which is very powerful, can shoot missiles, but it is shooting missiles at a direction where there's no target at all. It's a barren field. So this bishop is kind of doing the same thing. That it's watching an empty diagonal, and white will just not put any of his pieces on the way for the moment. And on the other hand, white's play on the king side, it's pretty straightforward for the moment. Get this pawn to h4, this bishop to f4. If possible, trade the dark square bishop. Once you trade the dark square bishop, even if the rooks get traded, there will be threats with the knight to g4 and f6.
And like since the Alpha Zero, book came out, I think even h4, h5, h6 in the endgame sometimes is a very deadly threat because the king can get boxed up. And I think once that book came out, I think everybody started playing h4, h5 or h5, h4 and so on. Did you see that trend yourself? Like, did you see the trend in your own games? You were more tempted to push the h pawn?
You're absolutely right. The neural network engines, it kind of suggests these moves like h4 and a4 in many positions. And it turns out to be a useful move on many occasions. But we also had some pretty legendary examples way back in the past as well, in human classical games. Like I remember a game of Fischer in the King's Indian attack against, I think his opponent's name was something like Miyagma Suran, something where, he gets his bishop to e4 and finishes off. So the pawn is on h6 in those examples as well. Not entirely an unknown concept in a situation like this, but you are right as far as the trend is concerned.
So I think this game is very interesting so far. Also, I think among all the leaders, as of now, I think we don't see any clear edge for any of them. And they're going to be very interesting games for sure. If you go to Adiban game for a second, it's also very interesting. Gukesh is fighting with black. So I do feel better, right? I think Adiban is doing okay.
Yeah, and I think also a big shout out to Adiban and kudos to him because he lost 3 out of his first 5 games in which he had 3 whites out of the first 5 games. And from that, he has won 2 games in a row and has a fine position out of the opening in the 3rd game. So I think it takes enormous resolve, resiliency, and fortitude to be able to fight back like that. And so far, Adiban is on track.
True, indeed. And for example, he plays queen g3, so there's an obvious threat now. Takes on f6 and takes. So black has to somehow defend it. He could try to attack the white bishop instead. I think that looks like a possibility as well. And to be honest, I think Adiban is now somehow playing a bit differently. I think you can see the style his play is more aggressive. Even in the last game, he managed to bring the rook to the 7th rank, put this pawn on e2, have this threat of knight d3, so hanging over white's head. So he's definitely playing a bit different now. He's more aggressive, more his style, like the real used to, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's a bit more confident today. I also briefly met him yesterday and we had a brief conversation, and I think we agreed that he was lacking that confidence a bit on day 1. And he had a very strong opponent the first game of day 2. But he's managed to show a bit more confidence, and these changes always take place internally first before it gets reflected on the outside, Like there have been situations where you think, if this changes, then I'll be more enthusiastic. If this changes, I'll do this.
True.
But usually the changes begin within and then it gets reflected outside.
True. Well said. I think the change begins from within. Very well said. Again, not only chess lessons, but also life lessons chat by GM Srinath, which I think I totally agree with.
I can only hear Anish's voice in my head when you say life lessons.
I think that's a permanent jinx now. I think you will always write in Anish's voice.
Anish has left the chat, but he lives right here.
Yeah, exactly. Rent free. By the way, if you go to Harika against Aryan, so it's similar to the London structure, but this time there's no pawn on d4. Do you think Harika has any chances for an attack here? Like, for example, queen h5, taking g6, then moving the queen and pushing the h1? Or do you think the black has enough counterplay moves like knight c5 or simply knight f8, even defending the king side?
White always has some attacking potential in these positions with the pawn on e5, where the knight has been forced to move from the d7 point you can go queen h5, and you have ideas like rook e3, rook h3, or rook e3, rook e1, defend the e5 pawn and go for it. And black usually has counterplay, like the pressure on the e5 pawn, queen d8, and trading the queens, or not letting the white queen attack with full ferocity, or something like b5, b4, for example. Very typical counter attack. But it all depends on time, whether white is faster or black gets there faster. The position objectively is about even, I would say. Even black has enough counter chances, but it depends on time and concrete factors.
And we have a very similar position now in Arjun versus Ronak as well. Not exactly similar because we have the knights for white here, but yeah, pawn structure is kind of similar with the pawn on e5. You have, h4 played. So black does have control over the c, but white is also doing fine. He has plans of h5, h6, and then queen d8 could be, a dangerous threat that g5 could be played. But so far, I think black is holding on his own, I think.
Yeah, it went exactly as you pointed out. Yeah, it went kind of, you were like an oracle in this game. You pointed out that all the rooks will get traded on the c file. It did. You're pointing out about h4, h5. It's happening now. What I felt in this game was I wasn't entirely sure if Arjun had to start with bishop f4 here at this point, because I felt that white kept this option of queen h6 with the bishop on g3. The bishop could be brought to f4 later. So I thought maybe he could start with h4. But he started off with bishop f4, and I felt maybe this limited white's options a bit in terms of his attacking potential, but I could be wrong too, of course. And we have this endgame. Again, this was what we are talking about, that even the endgame is not totally trivial for black, not totally simple. White keeps some attacking potential. So it's a bit of a fight for two results, I think, here. White has some edge, some pressure, and very good chances that black will manage to hold this, defend this. But if black is not precise, then white could win this.
By the way, we constantly see Ronak, playing around with his hair while he's playing. Like, do you have any any superstitions of your own? I think I saw this video of yours where you ignored the question by picking up a call. So luckily there are no calls right now that you're getting. So do you have any superstitions of your own? Like, you don't need to tell me what it is, but just yes and no.
I think all the regular superstitions. I keep count of the score I have with the particular pen I use, or a shirt I wear, and usually when I want to feel good and positive for an important game, I wear that shirt or I use that pen. And then in some cases where I feel my chances are not too high, then I just avoid wearing them altogether so as to not spoil the score and the percentage and keep them intact.
True. Yeah, I can totally relate. I think every sports person in one way or the other can kind of relate to that one. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to spoil your person. You want to believe that whenever you're wearing that shirt, you are going to win, right? So you kind of don't wear it when you kind of don't expect to win. Yeah, can totally relate to that.
I used to have these things. Now, post pandemic, I only played like 2 tournaments, and I'm not really I don't really have cons anymore. 2 tournaments, completely different wardrobe, I guess. So I'm not sure if I'm going to restart that counter.
Yeah, after all, if you get to play once a year nowadays because of COVID, anyway, it can change. Yeah. By the way, the Adiban game, Adiban is kind of, he's looking good right now. He's taken off the D file, and black's bishops, they can sometimes just be there on F6 and G6 not doing anything. For now, the E5 pawn blocks the F6 bishop, and the G6 bishop is kind of attacking the pawn for now, of course. But Adiban does look in charge.
He certainly looks in charge. For black, I guess it can change. The bishop can get altered to a different diagonal at some point in the future. There's still some work to do for Adiban. It's not totally straightforward. Because there's a long conversion. Yeah, you don't have a direct attack against the king. And the another way to win a chess game, as we mentioned yesterday, is to create a passed pawn, which also will take a bit of time at the moment.
True. Yeah, so Queen C7 I think has been played, right? And Rook D1, Rook D8 now. Interesting. Yeah, he's trying to exchange quickly. So yeah, I think Adiban's still in charge, but I think I would Adiban to pull through in this game. I think he has this. He's won 2 in a row, and he go all in, and this might be the turnaround of his huge, kind of his luck in a way, because he's had some bad luck in recent tournaments and not played up to his potential, and maybe this is what he needed. Yeah, I mean, I think one kind of mistake from his opponent where he was technically not winning, but he managed to win, and suddenly he won the next game. Now he's winning the next. Yeah, that could completely turn the clock in Adiban's favor. So let's see how it goes, and maybe we can check out the game of the queen shift paths. The black queen went to the king side and the white queen went to the queen side now. So they kind of traded jobs. They were frustrated with their own ones. They were not happy. And now the
I'm sorry, I kind of lost you the moment. Which game are you talking about?
Yeah. So Arjun against Ronak now.
Yeah, correct.
So the black queen is now, kind of onto the king side, and the white queen is kind of headed to the queen side. So they've kind of switched roles. And black always has a counter, so I kind of expect this to be almost equal, maybe, because the bishop on a6, as you mentioned, is hitting an empty diagonal and doesn't have a real job to do for now.
Yeah. Knight c3. I wouldn't totally call it an equal position, to be honest. I still think white has some pretty annoying and nagging pressure, and with 5 minutes on the clock, this only magnifies. Knight c3. At some point, perhaps this knight is dreaming to go to g4.
That would be an excellent square. True.
Knight d1, knight d3, and if you go h5, then I get the g5 square for my knight.
True. So we have Arjun, who's still fighting on among the leaders. Then you have Surya against Karthikeyan, who has a very interesting position right now. The black queen is on 2. What do you think about this? Do you think has the better chances?
Well, white is a pawn. White is not a pawn down, but it looks like white is losing a pawn, yeah?
C5 pawn is kind of weak. And knight takes c5 is a huge threat. But does he have enough compensation?
Something has gone horribly wrong in this game for Surya, it looks like. If we go back a bit...
Yeah. I think
around this point, things didn't quite pan out the way he expected, yeah? So, also a pretty instructive moment. Black went knight c5, got this double pawn deliberately, which gave him excellent control of this d4 square. And this is one of the very useful things of having double pawns like this. Sometimes, yes, it is a structural weakness in endgames, and the reason why it got that reputation is because it becomes impossible to create a passed pawn when you have a double pawn in the endgames. But in the middle game, there are a lot of things at stake, a lot of other things in play. And in this case, he was threatening this annexation of the d4 square. So white goes b4, loosening control of the d4 square, queen a6, b into c5, queen into a2. This didn't quite pan out the way Surya intended. Queen c1, queen a5, and there's no way to defend the c5 pawn anymore.
True, indeed. Black simply chopped the a2 pawn and he came back for the c5 pawn as well. So he's going to win a pawn for free, basically. There is maybe some compensation because there's pressure on b7, but to be honest, with the knight on c5, that looks very comfortable for black, I feel. So Surya as the leader, not having the best position he would like in this structure, I guess. And Adiban, I think, go to Adiban for now as well. Adiban, he still controls the d file. Rook d7 can be a threat. Also, h4 can be an idea. H4 is a plan as well. So I do like his position.
Yeah, and Gukesh is really struggling, reeling all his pieces out. This bishop, as we mentioned, was not a great bishop, but G6 bishop's future really um, seems questionable, because normally when your bishop gets locked like this, hitting, banging its head on the e4 wall, you want to bring it out with something like f6. This is the typical way. But right now it's not possible because of this pin on this diagonal, the c4 a2 g8 diagonal. So f6 is not easy to achieve, and this makes
problem. Yeah, the bishop on c4 is like literally untouchable. You cannot remove it in any way. You need the light square bishop, but it's not cannot be transferred to the king side queen side somehow. And black could play moves like bishop b6, but then again he's basically somehow a bit short of time. I think once white plays rook d7 or starts pushing the h pawn, then maybe black will be not in time to, he will love to play basically, a move like bishop b6 and exchange rooks, but that's not happening so quickly. And Adhiban again, the driver's seat. Very surprising. Chat, I think we've seen Adhiban struggle in a few tournaments. I think everybody in the chat must be happy to see him strike back somehow. He got married, as Anish mentioned last year, and he had a couple of bad tournaments, but now he's striking back.
Absolutely. Adhiban loves the Dark Knight trilogy, and I can't help but think that the Dark Knight is rising.
Nice. I mean, we had faith. Yeah, I think just like Batman, we had faith he will rise as well. So I think as long as you have faith, you're not going wrong.
Absolutely, the spark never dies.
Yeah. By the way, just to go to the game of Abhimanyu against Indian, I do like Abhimanyu's structure here. The pawn on e5, f4, the knight on f5, and it feels like even though black has a pass pawn, white should be slightly better. What do you think, Sri?
Totally. I love white's position.
Yeah,
dominant position. He has space in the areas that he wants. Everything defended, well protected, the g2 pawn well protected, and also the kind of position that Abhimanyu enjoys. He loves the initiative, and he's got that. So Abhimanyu is on a roll. Bishop g3, strengthening this f4 e5 pawn chain, and at some point preparing to advance them even further. There are also interesting ideas like knight d6 in there.
True, for sure. And somehow this, pawn mask for black on c5, d4 is completely blockaded on the light squares, and there's no easy way to push it. Black does have a latent set of queen takes g-mate, but it's well defended by the rook and the queen both. So white is actually doing pretty well. So Abhimanyu Puranik also pushing against Indian. That's very interesting.
And if Abhimanyu wins this, that would be his 5th win in a row.
Yeah,
what an astounding streak.
Insane. By the way, Sethuram is completely winning against Lalit. He has a dominating position. Rook h5 check played by. Wow, this looks incredible. Does he have
and we have kind of zoomed in. Exactly. I think what?
Oh, he allowed rook. I think rook g8 and king f8. King can run away now. Yeah, I think he missed the critical moment. I think it makes sense to play. Yeah, rook g8 played. Wow. He missed the critical moment. That was the moment he could have played bishop g6. Maybe we can see that on the board, Shri?
It was over, literally bishop into g6 and resign.
Yeah, because it's a check coming, Chad, and unfortunately the king is stuck on, when the rook is on f8, you have the knight on f7. There is no way for the king to run to the queen side. One tempo is all black needed. Now he will sacrifice the g6 pawn and he will simply run to f8. And then
you don't even need to sacrifice it, Sahil, because the tragedy for white is you're just losing the g4 pawn.
Yeah, g4 pawn as well. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And Lalit coming back into the game. Yeah, I mean, he has his share of luck as well. I think he survived a couple of positions where it was very difficult, but this is insane. Sethuraman missing that important chance.
Yeah, Lalit is also one of those players who's incredibly resilient, and the kind of player I would get nervous against when I have a better position, because he's very, very, very resourceful. He knows how to get back from these positions, and he has pulled it off one more time. Sethu and Lalit also long-term rivals, and I think in general Sethu enjoys a good head-to-head score against Lalit, but this game Lalit has got a second life.
True. And I think it's time to quickly run through the games. I guess we can see if we're close to results in any of the games. First of all, we can head to the Leon game. We've not had a close look at that game at all up till now. He's playing XL, so that is a very important game, right? Because both these players, fighting for to basically win the tournament, I feel.
Who would win the tournament?
Leon and SL. I think both of them fighting for.
Yeah. Both of them are contenders for sure. Again, you see, Leon, he's taking his time, but the quality of his chess is amazing. The quality of his chess, the accuracy, and in general, he's been playing a very high level of chess. And when you're younger, initially it comes at the cost of a bit of time, and then the same player becomes very powerful and strong, and they do the same powerful moves at a faster pace. A classic case of development, a classic process of development.
By the way, he has a guitar in his background. That's a bit rare, right? I have not seen a chess player have a guitar in the background, right? Have you seen it ever?
Not so often. But Leon is kind of unique. He's very multi-talented. I guess he can do some music, and he can also mimic different people. He's exceptionally good at that.
Nice. So maybe we can switch to the Arjun game, where Arjun has actually moved h5.
Yeah, Arjun has seemingly made some progress. At first sight. Has seemingly made some progress, but Black remains rock solid.
True.
There is pressure on this g6 point, but it's quite well defended by Black. There is the knight on f8 defending it, the pawn on f7. So when you take h into g6, Black just takes knight into g6. And if you do want to be careful with not allowing something like h6 check queen, h4 queen, h7. Like for example, you innocently play some move like knight d7, which makes no sense because you are giving up. But this just makes no sense. You can just take h into g6 and win this. But there are also ideas with h6 king to h6 queen h4 and queen h7 and queen h8. So these are the potential dangers that Black has in this position, and that's possibly what Raunak is kind of making sure and second checking. But I'm also a bit surprised at how low Raunak is on time, because he's not one of those kids who is comfortable going so low on time. He's not like the Nihal Leon kind of. He doesn't fall into that category. He likes to play fast. He likes to keep his time. So curious what's on his mind.
Yeah, but here he is, way behind on the clock, and Arjun is definitely going to put some pressure. But yeah, maybe what Raunak wants to do is liquidate as quickly as possible so that he can basically, I think he can, the pawn and game looks kind of similar, so maybe he can kind of hold on the pawn and game. But for now, White surely has some pressure.
Yeah, for now, White has some pressure, but after the long 3-minute thing, it looks like Raunak must have calculated and figured things out. So I would guesstimate a draw at this point, having seen how the game has unfolded so far.
True. And I think the games are slowly reaching a phase where we might see a string of results very quickly. And just to quickly go to the Harika against RN game, I think this one is one of the games might just in a draw. We've not seen too many draws today, but this might be one of those games.
Yeah, one of those games, one of those rare games. And Harika, it kind of went the way we envisaged, yeah. White tried to get some initiative on the king side, but Black neutralized it. Maybe she shouldn't have given up this bishop. She should have tried to go some bishop b1. But then the problem was Black was getting this d4 and very quick counterplay. So the moment to start would have been somewhere here to try and keep the game going. But allowing this with knight into d3, queen into d3, this was kind of an admission that White is not too unhappy with the draw either.
True, indeed. And so I think, by the way, Adiban's game, somehow a pawn landed on e4, a black pawn, and the knight is on d1. So maybe it's not as clear as
Oh my God, he has only 27 seconds.
Wow.
What is AD doing?
Okay, he's taking it a bit. Yeah, this is turning out to be more than anticipated. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit too much of channeling of Grishchuk.
Yeah, but Grishchuk has too much experience in it, so I wouldn't recommend imitating. Yeah, for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And somehow, you know, like the knight on d1 protects everything. It protects f2. It also has the, you know, a plan of coming to e3. But yeah, I mean, black has his own play for sure. I mean, he could totally even.
Yeah, now he starts coming in with queen e1, bishop b6, and but how? I guess queen into e5, you have some rook into f2 here. You know, you say everything with a check. Although I'm not sure if white can go. Yeah, you can. White can go king h3. There is this crazy mess, but it should be okay for black, I think.
Yeah. The bishop controls d8, so there is no, you know, checkmate with the rook as well. And interesting position for Gukesh. Can he find some counterplay? It's totally possible now. Queen e1 does look very tempting.
Yeah, I guess he has to go for it. And this bishop also kind of came out. Yeah, he went king h8 and f5. And opened up the f file and some avenue and some life for this bishop.
True. Although, like, do you feel somehow like Gukesh is, you know, wondering somehow that, you know, he in all these like GM tournaments, he was right up there with Arjun. He drew a couple of games against Arjun, but he still could not, you know, get the first place. Like, do you get that on your back of your mind? Okay, maybe even if I play my best chess, maybe it will not be enough to like reach first place, and maybe psychologically you put more pressure on yourself?
I don't think so. At least as far as I know, whatever I know about Gukesh, I think he just loves playing chess, and he wouldn't be too bothered about the result aspect of it, you know, not winning first and all these things. He would be much more unhappy if you kind of make him sit through a pandemic without any tournaments.
Yeah, I think all chess would be unhappy with that. We already have seen it, but yeah, I agree with you totally. By the way, Sankalp again, I think slightly worse against Abhijit Gupta, because I look at the white king and I somehow that, you know,
sorry, Sahil, but how did Setu lose his queen?
What?
He lost the queen. Look at this. Look at this. Queen b8 check, king g7, and the queen got trapped.
Wow. Insane.
Look at how the game has turned around. Yeah, I mean, the way we zoomed, I thought we zoomed in on the moment when white was completely winning and we had the finishing blow. I was almost going to say it out loud that we came at the right moment. And now how things have changed in just one move. One simple oversight. He just missed rook g8 completely, and it has changed completely.
Wow, that's because you don't expect it to be, you know, a queen trap, right? I mean, your first move is like, let me give a check, and it doesn't feel like a big deal, but suddenly there's no square for the queen. Wow. That is, I think, you know, it's also a bit of luck sometimes. Yeah, you give this check, innocuous check, you don't realize, you know, the queen can be trapped. Sometimes it can happen, but yeah, I mean, but the thing is, black's response was almost forced. Yeah, I mean, does not have many choices. So it was kind of easy to anticipate he would play king g7, and then your queen is just trapped. Wow. So Sethuraman losing one more game, a game which he was winning by force after the earlier tactic bishop g6. Chess is hard. Chess is hard sometimes.
Yeah, chess is hard. Meanwhile, an update on the result of one of our leaders, Arjun and Raunak, have completed their game. It ended in a draw. And the game of Surya, on the other hand, is not going in his favor at all.
Oof, the pawn on a3 looks dangerous. The rook on d1 is attacked. The queen is putting pressure on the rook on a1. Black has a clear majority on the queen side. Although black's king side is, you know, a bit weakened, white cannot really utilize it in any way whatsoever. All his pieces are on the back rank apart from knight on g3, which can be pushed away as well later on. So I think, yeah, Karthik and Murli putting on the pressure, putting on the heat.
Absolutely. I think we have a very clear picture in this game. Arjun has drawn, and in the other game, between Leon against SL. SL has just unleashed this spectacular rook d2, utilizing the fact that bishop d2 would fall for this discovered attack. But Leon sidesteps it with king h1 and is asking SL, now what? Yes, I have only 15 seconds, but I'm going to keep making good moves, not going to fall for your tricks.
Yeah, Leon's time trouble performance has been quite great, I have to admit. He's played some really
now
good
bishop
moves.
into d2 is a threat, but also something like f4 or bishop f4.
Yep, the knight is also
all these pawns are falling.
Indeed. So very complicated game there. And so I think we have, one result there, Arjun drawing against Ronak. I think a very fair result. Apart from it, Harika also has an equal position, and I don't see with so many closed files how anybody can create any breakthroughs there, unless white goes for c4 at some moment, which looks unlikely. And then you have Adiban against Gukesh, which has actually headed off into an endgame now. Black has the bishop pair, and looks kind of decent. It doesn't look too bad for Gukesh anymore, but yeah, pretty balanced, I think.
Yeah, Gukesh has certainly fought his way out. He has shown once more that how resilient he is, and how you can never write him off. And with e3, he's kind of trying to force his way out to a drawn endgame. F into e3, he intends rook into e3, not bishop into e3. And with bishop at f3 into d2, the c pawn. Oh my god, what is happening here?
Yeah, it's crazy because after e3, he just took the rook and e takes d2 and c4 now. So the d2 pawn, either it's incredibly strong or incredibly weak. But I think we will probably see a move.
No, like black will never lose it because the approach towards it can always be blocked by the bishop on d3.
Is he going to take on d1 now and go for the opposite color bishop? He goes e4.
No, he won't do that because I think he can take a draw at any point. And he will keep the game. So maybe something like bishop a5 now, and kind of setting up this trap.
So I think we can kind of expect a draw here, I assume, or maybe black will push. Yeah, he can totally push here. For example, bishop b1 attacking the a2 pawn looks tempting because white has no clear threat for now. But it looks interesting. Most likely a draw, though. I think it's kind of the white king is near the black pawn, so it's kind of the king can enter anytime. He goes bishop b1, but now knight c3, and it might be a repetition.
It might be a repetition. You're right. Bishop c2 and bishop d1. Maybe, but he can make a different move here and prolong the game.
Yeah, I think bishop d2, bishop e2. Yeah, they're going for the repetition finally. So I think
I think he'll go for bishop d4 here. I think he'll go for bishop d4.
That will be awesome. That will be awesome if he goes for the win.
I mean, not going for a win per se, but this could get dangerous, but you can go for this and you can decide about this.
He plays it. And we have the knight on d1 now. Very interesting position. Two double
incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, two double pawns. If somehow, you lose these pawns, you're completely lost. But for now, these pawns are, blocking the king's path. The knight has no squares to go to. But very interesting position. Which I think it's kind of. Do you think Gukesh has analyzed all the subtleties?
No, he's blended something. I think he was kind of counting on g5 and g4. I think, but probably missed that white has g4. What?
Black king is coming to f5 or e5. Wow.
He's just in time,
Now he can go h5 also. He can push a5 and so on, gain more and more space, and we might even see some zugzwang. Totally possible in this position.
Yeah, now it can happen. Now white can lose this because time was of the essence, and I'm not sure what went wrong here. This was an incredibly tricky moment. AD had to take some time here and calculate. He kind of played a bit too fast here, and I think that was in hindsight that was a big mistake. G5, king g2, g4. It was all about getting the king on to e4 on time. h3, h5. Takes f3. This was probably the direction he had to go to, try and get the king to e4 fast, and then it would actually be white who's better. Going for h3 before G4, I don't know what AD missed, but now he's in massive trouble, and in fact, he's completely lost. Zugzwang, as he called it.
True. And you know, the bishop on D4 dominates the knight on D1. You know, that's a popular, you know, the bishop like this dominates the knight, controlling all the squares of the knight. So whenever the knight comes out, the bishop can simply take it and then queen. So unfortunately, white is basically cannot just move the knight anywhere. So he's kind of, you know, playing with one hand behind his back. And this is very difficult. So Adiban, unfortunately, you know, at the end, not spoiling, but kind of, you know, he must be unhappy with himself. You know, he had a great run today with, you know, continuous wins, but somehow Gukesh fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely. And some updates on the other results of the leaders. Surya lost his game against Karthika and Murli, while Leon scored a massive win against S.L. Narayanan, the highly rated S.L. Narayanan. And I think this is a massive win, and Leon jumps back into the lead. So showing that, you know, day one was no accident. He really he really has played spectacularly well in this tournament so far. High quality games, and he's done amazingly well with the time scrambles, the 30-second part. I think that has been something that has set him apart, you know. And initially, I guess people were trying a bit too much in those situations, but today hasn't been one such day. Today against S.L, for instance, he just managed to outplay him completely.
And you know, I think we can do a roundup of all the results we have so far. So Lalit Babu has defeated Sethu Raman. As we saw, Sethu simply lost his queen. He played queen b8 check at a very unfortunate moment where the queen had no squares, and he has ended up losing the game. And Sethu Raman has indeed resigned. So Lalit wins. And he is also putting out very tough fight, proving he's right there at the top. Then you have Abhimanyu Puranik against Indian P, where Abhimanyu again winning. So Abhimanyu, you know, fighting to reach the top. He's playing some incredible chess. Indian P losing this game. And then you have the game of Adiban against Gukesh, a masterpiece by Gukesh in the end game. You know, that, you know, intuition to have to notice that these two pawns will actually have great winning potential. It's not so easy. I think, you know, it requires more time, but he decided within a fraction of a second that I want to go for this, and I know I have winning potential, and he was justified in going for this. I think the game is still going on, of course, but I do expect Gukesh to pull through here.
Absolutely. I do expect Gukesh to pull through as well, because now white has no counterplay. His knight cannot move, and his king cannot move, and the pawns are stuck.
Yeah, and black can simply go and chop off the pawns, and I think it's kind of Zugzwang again. What does white play here? He has no moves, right? I mean, he has to give up one of the pawns or move the king. So either of those does not look so tempting. That's kind of unfortunate. I mean, yeah, I think that was back into form. It felt like he was playing some good chess. He had a very good position at one point, but somehow
he has resigned.
He has resigned. Wow. Yeah, Zugzwang, basically when, you know, you kind of just want to pass the move, but unfortunately you can't. Any move you make kind of worsens your position, and this is a typical case because white cannot move the knight. He can only push one pawn or move the king, but in either case he loses material, or either the king can escape to the queen side.
Right, and on that note, we are also joined by the tournament leader, one of the tournament leaders, and the guy who has won 5 games in a row and has shown amazing play, amazing form, Abhimanyu Puranik. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Sahil?
I'm doing fine, man. Great games. Yeah, I think your run has been pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, crushing games. I have to admit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like there were lots of ups and downs. It wasn't straightforward at all, but yeah, it went well. So I'm very happy.
Yeah,
that is pretty much in your style. Yeah, it never runs smooth, but in the end it works out.
Yeah, what to do? I mean, you're playing against very, very strong opponents. It just cannot be smooth.
True. So do you think like this tournament is, you know, like it's so strong that somehow, you know, ranking up those winning points is not so easy because you don't have a weak opponent available at all. Yeah. For example, if I was there, I would lose all the games. It would be so easy. But you have such strong opponents. So getting that streak of wins is not easy at all.
Yeah, but one thing is because of this format, a draw counts for much less. So yesterday while starting, I was trying to have a more cautious approach in general. But then I realized that if you draw, you just lag behind. So I guess players are taking more risk, and that's why there are lots of decisive games and, okay, in general, lots of interesting games.
So was that like a conscious shift in your approach? Did you specifically look to go out for a more risky approach?
In a way, yeah, like against Gukesh today, I guess in a normal tournament game or any other normal tournament, I would have tried to play a slightly solid opening than what happened, which was just chaos, pure chaos. So yeah, it kind of changes your mentality. Like after first 2 rounds, I realized that draws are just not so great here, like for both players. So it makes sense to try to risk more and try to go for it.
And looking to tomorrow, will your strategy be the same to go for wins at all cost?
Okay, not okay. Just according to position, yeah. Not not yet according
not
to
revealing
situation.
anything.
Yeah. Good luck for tomorrow, Abhimanyu. Looking forward to your games. I'm sure you'll play some fascinating games at all. And play well. I hope you do.
Thank you, Sahil. Thank you.
And one final question, Abhimanyu, before letting you go. You had a rough start to this year. You played in the national championship and kind of withdrew halfway. So, what is the secret of the turnaround? How did things turn around, and what has worked for you?
I guess there is no secret in general. You just keep working consistently. And okay, that tournament was horrible for me, but it happens, and you should just. It's not the end of the world if you have one bad tournament. You just shouldn't have a complete tilt, because I feel that even in that tournament I played well, but just in some crucial moments I was missing, and I tried to work on that. But in general, I think it's just about working consistently, and results just show at some point. So
working consistently and staying positive, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, amazing. And I think Srinath kind of summed up the life lessons there as well. Yeah, positivity and hard work. I think Srinath is awesome at that. And thanks for Abhimanyu for joining us. Yeah, it was a pleasure having you. And keep up with the amazing games. Amazing games.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Abhimanyu joining us there, and he's played some fascinating games. Srinath, I think, so Abhimanyu kind of proving, how strong he can be. So who do you think is, apart from, Arjun, for example, and Abhimanyu, who do you think will be the one who will try to, push through on day 3 and will, at the end of day 3, we'll see at the top? Do you have any preferences so far?
Well, I've learned not to count Leon out at all. He's been very, very impressive, and a lot of respect for how well he has performed so far and how well he has played. And so he's one out there. Abhimanyu, Arjun, and of course Surya, who had a great run. He had 4 wins in a row, 2 losses in a row now, but it depends a lot on momentum. In a way, this is similar to an arena. You have to get those momentum going. You need to have those wins.
True.
And wins matter a lot. And also, Raunak can come from behind. Raunak, Gukesh, either of those 2 kids, they can quickly rack up some wins and set the tournament on fire. So
true.
These are the names I would watch out for. What about you, Sai?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you. Yeah, I think these names, the ones you mentioned, are going to be the ones to look out for tomorrow. But I think, yeah, of course, I'm all ready for surprises. I'm not going to keep any strong expectations. This guy will reach the top or this guy, because I think we've seen anybody, could even Adiban striking today, who was not in form. So I expect fireworks tomorrow. And right now we only have one game remaining, that is Sankalp against Abhijit, and
Battle of the Guptas.
Yeah, exactly. The Gupta battle going on right now, and the Black King is running towards the VK2 pawn most likely. But yeah, I expect a draw in this game most likely.
Yeah, to be honest, you can just take this pawn, and it should be easy enough to get this pawn and at least have a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how it goes. I think it should be a draw. So let's start with the results for the final round for today. I think, first of all, Lalit Babu has won against Sethu Raman. That was an impressive result. Abhimanyu, who just joined us, winning against Indian P. Then you have, Adiban, who lost in an amazing endgame to Gukesh. What an endgame by Gukesh played in this game. Then Harika and Aryan have drawn their games. It was an equal rook endgame there. Then finally, Surya, the leader, losing to Karthik and Murli. So one of the leaders losing their game in this round. And then you have Leon. Again, amazing performance by Leon in both days of this event so far, in a crushing final position where SL had to resign. And then finally, Arjun and Ronak drawing their games. Even though I think Arjun was way on the clock, but unfortunately the position was kind of simplistic and there was no way to push for Arjun. So we are remaining with one final game, which I think has also ended in a draw.
Ended in a draw.
Yeah, ended in a draw finally. So I think it's time for the standings and seeing who's at the top, in this event. Wow. So Abhimanyu, Puranik and Leon, two players with 17 points leading the MPL Indian Chess Tour after the end of day 2. You have Erigesi Arjun breathing down their necks with 15 points. Then you have Suresh Ganguly with an amazing run in this tournament, 14 points. He did lose his last game, but as you can see, he's one win away from the top of the leaderboard. Then you have Gukesh fighting back as well, Ronak as well, reaching the top of the board. Yeah, crazy game. Srinath, what do you think about the standings?
Well, amazed once again by Leon's performance, and it hasn't been quite the way we expected. Yeah, it has been unpredictable, and it has created a thrill on who's going to win this tournament. No one can make a reasonable prediction at this point.
True, and it's going to be fun to follow this tomorrow, I think.
And one player in particular, I'm very interested to see how he'll bounce back, is S.L. Narayanan, who has been surprisingly solid. 2 wins, 1 loss, and 5 draws. I guess the most draws in this tournament at the moment, apart from Harika. So very curious to see how his strategy will be for the last 2 days, the last 7 rounds, and how he tries to bounce back.
Indeed. So top players of the country fighting in this tournament, in this one-of-a-kind happening for the first time, organized by Chess24. And we would like to thank the sponsor of this tournament, MPL, for supporting this tournament. It's a great opportunity for all the youngsters and the players who've established themselves for the past decade. And you can definitely check out the Great Indian Gaming League going on from March 24 to May 29th, where you can win up to 2,000 crores. That's just an insane amount to even visualize. So thanks a lot to MPL. You can definitely check them out. And with that, thank you for joining us on day 2. Srinath, any final words?
Thank you so much. Lovely commentating with you, Sahil, and really look forward to the action for the last 2 days, and also look forward to commentating with you with our amazing chat.
Yeah, the pleasure is all mine. Bye, guys. I will see you tomorrow. And thank you to Anish again for joining us. Bye, chat. See you tomorrow.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This game involves an element of financial risk and may be addictive. Please play responsibly and at your own risk.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.